Richard, do you see Vice Mayor Bates?
I hear you now.
Okay, Madam Clerk, where are you hiding those council members?
Do we have a quorum? Let's see.
Where are you hiding council members tonight?
I see a few of them.
Well, okay, I see there's three of us now.
Okay. I think Vice Mayor Bates is trying to get on.
Okay. How come you guys don't have on your Christmas ties yet? Look here, you gotta get into the spirit, you know? Look at that.
I don't know if I can do Christmas ties.
This is Candy Cane.
Yeah, that's right.
Got it.
So I will most likely be sending out an invitation for a special meeting on Monday for closed session. Please don't be on the lookout for that email.
Okay, so there's Demless. So I believe we have 4.
Yes, we do.
And I believe we're ready to go if you are, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so welcome everyone to the open session before closed session. Call the roll, please.
Okay, the time is 5:02. Vice Mayor Bates. Absent Councilmember Choi.
Here?
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember Myrick. Absent. Councilmember Willis. And Mayor Butt.
Here.
Okay, if anyone would like to make a public comment on any of the following items to be discussed in closed session, please raise your hand now. To comment by video conference, click on the participants button at the bottom of your screen and select the raise hand button. To comment by phone, press the star key and the number 9. After all the items have been read into the record, the request to speak period will be closed. This evening during closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Joint Richmond Housing Authority, Richmond City Council, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, William et al. Versus City of Richmond and the Richmond Housing Authority. Under City Council, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, there's 1 case. Conference with real property negotiator. Property is Terminal 3, agency negotiators, Laura Snideman and Jim Zorkis. Negotiating parties are Terminal 3 partners. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment. Conference with real property negotiator. The property is Nevitt Plaza. Agency negotiators are Sasha Curl and Annette Beecham. Negotiating parties, EAH Housing. Under negotiation, map is the price and terms of payment. Public employee performance evaluation, title former interim city manager, title former city attorney. And we have 1 request to speak.
Okay, call the speaker, please.
Okay, we have Jim Hansen. Jim, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Great, thank you. Mayor and members of the council, I am writing in about, or I'm commenting on item H10 that you'll be discussing in closed session. The council letter states that the attached agenda documents for this item includes the lease and a response to Port of Richmond request for proposals dated August 27th. This attachment is missing from the published agenda materials that were made available to the public, and therefore I am requesting that the council pull this item, return it to a later date with the complete information on the request for proposals. This would include, of course, a copy of the request for proposal, the business entities that were contacted, and a list of the respondees, and a discussion of the financial analysis. Now, this is a 66-year lease on a major potential revenues producing property. And I think that all due diligence should be available both to you and to the public on the decision on this item. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was our only speaker.
Hey, before we go to closed session, I need to announce that I will be recusing myself on the final item, the public employee performance evaluation. So with that, we are adjourned to closed session.
Thank you.
Is there a Tom Lee there? Tom Lee? Is there a Tom Lee? Who? Which one? Hey, David, are you there?
Hi, Richard. Yes, I'm here.
I'm going to make you a co-host. So if you see anybody I didn't bring in on for your item,
Okay, sounds good.
should be a co-host now.
Okay. Yep, I see it. Thank you.
Is this Tom Lee? Tom Lee, are you
Yes.
there?
Yes. Hi.
Are you a consultant?
I'm an attorney representing Hillcare Redevelopment Partners.
Which item are you doing on?
Item I believe it is, the ordinance approving the development agreement for Campus Bay.
Are you supposed to be speaking with the consultants?
I'm not sure. Our plan is just to respond to questions from the council members, so I'm not sure if any will be directed my way.
You go by Bill Lee, or it's Tom?
I go by Tom.
All right. Were you asking to talk during the public comments section?
No, so I understood that I put my phone down for a little bit when you went to closed session, and I understood that somebody was calling my name and I missed it. So I just want to raise my hand to make sure I responded.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, your name's not on my list here.
Got it.
I want to see your name. Let me come back to you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, is this Wing King Sue?
Yes, yes, I'm also for item I. I'm one of the consultants. Be answering whatever questions.
Bring you in right now.
Thank you.
Is there an Eric P. there? Eric P. Once again, is there an Eric P?
Hey, was somebody calling for Eric P?
Yeah, that was yeah, that was me.
Yeah, this is Eric.
Yeah, I just brought you in. So
Okay.
there was another
Thank you.
Eric P on the list of attendees, and I thought that was him or you. So I wasn't sure at first.
Okay.
The right Eric's in now. So thank you very much.
Hey, Eric. Eric,
Yes.
this is Jader. Hey, I was waiting for closed session to admit me, and I got a message saying that I was on the wrong, that they had made a mistake, and they gave me a meeting code and his password. But I guess it took me to the regular city council session. And I was supposed to be in the second closed session.
Hey, Otter. This is Richard. Just to let you know, you're being heard on YouTube and Zoom.
Okay.
Just in case there's any information you don't want to mention out to the public.
Hey, Richard, this is Craig, just checking I'm still connected.
Emily, are you there? Emily?
Richard, do you need me to grab her?
Well, I made you guys a co-host. If you see some names in the attendees that I miss,
Oh yeah, we're monitoring. Thank you.
all right, I'm trying to monitor too here.
Appreciate it.
No problem. Bye.
Hey, Richard, do you get a copy of this, Craig?
Hey, Lena, are you still there?
Yes.
There's a Tom Lee. He says he's an attorney. He's not on my list, but he was saying he was part of. He could need if you need him to talk for the I item. Tom Lee.
For which item?
I believe he said the I.
Sorry, I'm looking at which item that is.
Is that your item?
Oh, yes.
His name is Tom Lee, attorney.
I don't know if he's on my list. Let me double check, okay?
You want me to turn on his microphone and talk to him right now?
No, let me look at my list and I'll come back to you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
This is what I needed to see.
Is this Jacine? Jacine? Jacine, are you there? Justine?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, just want to make sure your microphone is on.
Udgav Justitsministeriet rapporten Typer af drab, hvor man har kigget på samtlige drab begået i perioden 2012 til 2017. Her kan man læse om drabstyper, motiver, gerningsmænd og ofre, og sidst men ikke mindst, herkomst.
Who's got the dog?
It's my neighbor's dog. I'm trying to kill him. I'm just playing not public. I'm just playing public.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
I see a quorum, Madam Clerk.
Yes,
And I believe when you give me the word, I believe we're ready to go.
I am ready.
Okay, welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority, which is what we'll be starting with tonight. So would you call the roll, please?
The time is 6:34. Vice Chair Bates is absent. Commissioner Choi,
Here?
Commissioner Johnson,
Here.
Commissioner Martinez,
Here.
Commissioner Myrick,
Here.
Commissioner Willis,
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott is absent, and Mayor Budd.
Here.
Chair Budd. Okay. And next on the agenda is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Item C is a report from the executive director.
Good evening, commissioners. Trying to show my screen here. It's not working. I'm just going to move forward. I have a couple of updates. Okay, the Richmond Housing Authority has submitted the application to HUD for the rehabilitation of Nevin Plaza. And thank you to EAH Housing and our HUD technical advisor for your hard work on this application. It's under review now. We were successfully, or Mercy Housing was successfully awarded over $2 million in tax credit funding from the state of California for the Hacienda development. So kudos to everybody that worked really hard on that application. That's a really exciting thing to happen before the end of the year. And we're well on our way for rehabilitation of the long vacated hacienda development. So that's very exciting news. We continue to have struggles with Nystrom Village. We have had a wonderful collaboration with the Richmond Police Department and code enforcement, and they continue to provide support to us at Nystrom Village with our challenges on squatters and RV dumping, abandoned vehicles. Nevin Plaza is still continuing to turn over units. We are still leasing units, and we're gonna try to get some more families in before the end of the year. And I just want to say thank you so much to the Housing Advisory Commission. We met yesterday. That was our last meeting of the year. And we've made many, many accomplishments, and we've worked really hard together to push forward redevelopment and better opportunities for our families. So that concludes my report.
Okay, next on the agenda is agenda review. Are there any changes to this agenda? Hearing none, and next, this is a special meeting of the Housing Authority. We need an approval to, a motion to approve the consent calendar.
We have a motion on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Motion from
Second.
Willard. Second from Choi. Please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chair Bates is absent. Commissioner Choi,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez,
Yes.
Commissioner Myrick,
Aye.
Commissioner Willis,
Yes.
Chair Butt,
Yes.
and Tenant Commissioner Scott. Okay, she's absent too. The motion passes.
Okay, the Richmond Housing Authority special meeting is adjourned, and we are moving to the regular meeting of the successor agency to the Richmond Community Redevelopment Agency and the Richmond City Council. Call the roll, please.
Okay. Vice Mayor Bates is absent. Councilmember Choi,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Myrick,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Mayor Butt.
Here.
Okay, next on the agenda. Statement of conflict of interest, are there any? Hearing none. Under item C, agenda review, we have a request by Jim Hansen to remove item H10 from the consent calendar to be discussed following the end of the agenda. And also, we will be discussing, just let me make this announcement, sorry. Anyone may make an oral comment, even if a written comment has previously been submitted. However, each speaker may only raise their hand once to make one oral public comment per agenda item. As we move through the agenda, I will announce the next item number and ask individuals who would like to address the council to raise their hand. After the item is read into the record, the request to speak period on the item will be closed. And we will hold open forum very shortly, so individuals who would like to address the council under open forum should raise their hand now. And to comment by video conference, click on the participants button at the bottom of your screen and select the raise hand button. To comment by phone, press the star and the 9 key. And are there any other changes under agenda review?
I had a request from staff to move item L1 up after item I1. And I'm going to do that unless somebody objects. They said they thought it could be disposed of in about 5 minutes. And then we had one item removed from the consent calendar. Ordinarily, it goes to the back of the line, but I would like to move item H10 up after item L1.
Item H10 after L1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Other than that, everything stays in order.
Okay.
Okay.
Next on the agenda is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
There were no final decisions made in closed session.
Item E is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Council. I want to take just a moment to honor some hardworking folks here at the city of Richmond. Every year we have a number of retirements. Many times they happen during the month of December. And one of the unfortunate effects of the pandemic is that we can't do our traditional retirement celebrations for folks. And we have a number of people that I'm aware of that have more than 20 years of service with the city of Richmond, providing all kinds of great service and working really hard for us for decades. So I would like to just mention and honor those folks and thank them for all their service. We have many other retirements, but again, these are folks with more than 2 decades of service. So our longest serving staff member, Davida Cantrell, was in the police department, worked as started as a police assistant and as a jailer until her retirement, and she provided 33 years of service, which is an extraordinary time. I see some clapping there, so congratulations and thank you. We also have a tie, a 3-way tie for number 2 in terms of longest serving, with 29 years of service. We have 3 different people. We have Lindsay Mayo was a hazmat captain in fire. We also have Michael Lambden, who was a dispatcher, and Angela Ragland, a code enforcement officer. So again, this is again almost 30 years of service with these folks. So really appreciate all their work. We also have let's see here, with 25 years of service, Maria Blue served as an HR liaison for several decades, including interacting most often with the unions, and has done a lot of great work in that area. We have Robert Gray for 26 years in our police department, and he was an advocate for youth in our community. Jim Mazurkis, one of our department directors, has spent 23 years working at Richmond's Port, and has had contracts with Honda and Subaru and Ford, and about $50 million in renovations to the Port automobile distribution facility. Elizabeth De Dios, and I'm sorry for anybody and everybody whose names I'm pronouncing wrong. I didn't get a chance to check all of that. But Elizabeth De Dios has 22 years serving in our fire department, including serving as president of the county training officers. And let me make sure I haven't missed anyone else here on this list before I go to, I think I got everyone else who had a couple of decades here. Serving 20 years with the city of Richmond is Janet Johnson. And she recently retired from all her work doing our economic development efforts. So again, thank you to all those staff members for all your years of service, and everyone else who provided years of service and is retiring this year. And that concludes my report.
Okay, Mayor, I need to go back to agenda review. We did have a request from the public to remove item H1 from the consent calendar.
Okay, all right.
Next on the agenda is open forum. If anyone would like to speak under open forum, please raise your hand. It looks like we have 6 speakers for this item. I'll turn it over to Jess Worrell.
Okay, the 6 speakers are Richmond Promise, Gail Seymour, Dean Vigil, a phone number ending in 4562, and Jim Hansen. And someone seems to have left. So I'll start off with Richmond Promise. Please state your full name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening, everybody.
Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Bates, sorry he's not here, and members of the City Council. My name is Miguel Molina, and I'm here tonight in my capacity as the current college access manager for Richmond Promise, and also a longtime resident of the community of Richmond. I want to express my support for the community benefits agreement outlined for the Richmond Campus Bay project, which would continue to support the advancement of the mission of the Richmond Promise, which aims to support Richmond youth to and through college. This agreement would give us the ability to continue supporting students by adding to the sustainability of our mission, therefore investing in the future of our city. Thank you again.
Point of order,
to the
I don't
City
want
Council.
to, I'm sorry. I think that wasn't supposed to be on here. Sorry to point that out, but I think that's an item that should be on the actual item. Anyway, I just wanted to get ahead of it so people didn't say
You're probably right.
unfair.
Yeah. Why don't we move the speaker down to speak on item what is it, I-1? Put him on the I-1 list.
Okay.
I thought he was talking about Richmond Promise. So
The next speaker is Gail Seymour. Gail, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Gail?
Hi, I think I need to be moved to the approval of ordinance for Campus Bay Seneca Development, item L1 also.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Dean Vigil. Dean, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, thank you. My name is Dean Vigil. I'm a 40-year city employee of the city of Richmond, and I'm asking council tonight to any members of the council to recuse themselves from voting on changing Measure U. I see that's on the agenda tonight,
Okay.
but if you are a business owner in Richmond, please recuse yourself from voting on this item tonight.
Excuse me, we need to move this speaker down to the Measure U item, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next speaker is phone number ending in 4552. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name for the record. Phone number ending in 4562.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry. My name is Carolyn Graves, and I'm a 30-year resident of Richmond. I would just like to speak towards the finances of the city. I'm a bit puzzled because at prior city council meetings, they've sort of implied that there are major budget issues with Richmond, and while I understand no city has enough funds to do everything, I know that the city of Richmond has improved its finances quite substantially. And I have to assume that there are political reasons for some of the statements being made in city meetings and the attempts to close the firehouse. But I feel it's a disservice to the community members when finances are presented as being dire, when in fact the city budget is in better shape than it has been in years, and there's also quite a bit of income coming in, depending also on whether the particular item being discussed later tonight is approved or not. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jim Hansen. Jim, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council and city clerk. I'm basically bringing up the fact that my request of the council was to remove H10 and bring it back at a later point. And the very reason is that the item is missing information that is shown.
Wait, this is a subsequent item. Madam Clerk, would you move this item down to the discussion of Terminal 3? I think it's item.
Mayor, I think you're interrupting what I'm trying to say here, and I'd like to.
You're not. This is not.
Sir, you should not be interrupting.
You're out of order. You'll be moved down to the discussion on Terminal 3. You'll get an opportunity to speak. This just isn't the time to do it.
I would like to finish what I had to say, which is I ask that this be removed and returned. Let me finish what I have to say then. This item is missing major items that were promised to the public in the letter under the Brown Act that really should be brought to the public.
I thought we asked the speaker to come back later.
Okay, I will go ahead and move him.
Okay.
Thank you.
So-
And that was the last speaker.
Okay, so the Terminal 3 item will come up later and he'll have an opportunity to speak on it. Everybody has an opportunity to speak. It's just the right time and a wrong time.
We have two comments that we received by 1 o'clock today. One is there was concern that W.R. Ford Associates did not give any notice when they repaved streets on the 24th of November. And also one comment received asking the council to revisit the idea of revising the agenda and rules and the Finance, Administrative Services, and Economic Development Standing Committees. And those were the last two comments. Next on the agenda is we need approval of the consent calendar for the successor agency to the Richmond Community Redevelopment Agency. And then next we'll be approving the City Council consent calendar. So at this time, I'm asking individuals to raise their hand for item I1. When we get to that item, once I read the item into the record, your opportunity to raise your hand will be closed.
Can we take item G and H together, or do we have to do them separately?
I believe you have to do them separately.
Okay, all right. So let's do item G first.
Okay, is there a motion to approve it?
Okay, yeah, is there a motion for the successor agency consent calendar?
I'll move it. I'll move the successor agency consent calendar.
Okay, motion by Mark. Second by
Willis.
Willis, okay. All right, call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Aye.
Councilmember Myrick,
Aye.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. And just to recap, items H1 and H10 have been removed from the consent calendar. We need a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar.
Okay, we have a
So
motion.
moved. Second.
All right.
Johnson and Willis.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yep.
Councilmember Martinez,
Aye.
Councilmember Myrick,
Aye.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Vote is unanimous. Okay, we are now moving to item I1. And item I1 is to adopt an ordinance for second reading. Well, let me just make this announcement.
Point of order real quick. I thought the mayor rearranged the agenda to appear 2 items before I1.
Oh, right after I1.
Oh, my mistake. Sorry.
So if you would like to speak on item I1, please raise your hand now by pressing the raise hand button if you're joining us by video. And if you're joining us by phone, press the 9 and the star key. The star and the 9 key, sorry. Item I1 is to adopt an ordinance for second reading, approving a development agreement between the city and HRP Campus Bay Properties LLC, applicant of the Campus Bay Mixed Use Project. And it looks like we have 26 speakers for this item.
Okay, we'll start off with a staff. Well, let me tell people what's going to happen so they know what to expect. We'll have a presentation by staff, and then we'll have an opportunity for questions by council members. And then we will call for public speakers. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes. And at the conclusion of public speakers, We'll have another opportunity for council members to ask questions. And then we will have discussion and possibly a vote. Okay, let's begin with the staff presentation.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Butt, council members, Lena Velasco, Community Development Director. Here we also have Shasta Curl, Deputy City Manager of Economic Development, and Carlos Privat from the City Attorney's Office. So the item before you is adoption of an ordinance that would approve the development agreement with HRP Campus Bay for a development agreement for the Campus Bay development project. So this is the second reading of an ordinance that was introduced on December 1st, which also included adoption of a resolution that approved an addendum to the Richmond Bay Specific Plan EIR, as well as a vesting tentative map and a use permit for the Campus Bay project. So we wanted to address a couple of issues that came up at the last meeting. And so with that, I'm going to pass it on to Carlos Privat, who is going to address the issue regarding preemption of the cleanup.
Sure. We thought, based on the way the meeting ended last time and the questions from Councilmember Myrick, that our responses weren't as clear as they could have been and that they merited clarification. So that's what we're here to do. Counsel for Holland and Knight is here, Marnie Sussman and David Price, to answer any questions in depth, but we wanted to give you a brief general overview. In a nutshell, because the Zeneca site has been listed pursuant to the Hazardous Substance Account Act, DTSC has sole jurisdiction over the site cleanup and the remedial actions at the site, and the city cannot require any additional or different remedial action. The act preempts local regulation of response actions on sites listed pursuant to the act. It vests in the state sole jurisdiction over removal and remedial action of all listed sites. And since this site is listed, DTSC has sole cleanup authority. And that directly answers Councilmember Myrick's question. The short answer is no, we cannot impose different and more stringent or just different remedial action. It's all under DTSC's jurisdiction.
Thank you, Carlos. So for the council may recall that the development agreement addresses a term for execution of the project as well as community benefits. And so staff is happy to review those at the council's request. Other than that, we're happy to address any questions of the council. You're on mute, Mayor Butt.
Are there any council members who want to go back and do a review? If not, we'll just move on to questions.
I would like a review.
Okay, you want to do a quick review, Ms. Velasco?
Sure, let me share my screen. Okay, so as the council may recall, that the development agreement, the key terms, first, that the initial, there would be a 15 term with a 5-year extension if the applicant meets certain milestones, which includes the completion of the minimum total units, which is 2,000, as well as satisfies all of their community benefit and is not in default with other provisions of the development agreement. Certain vested elements also are integrated into the development agreement, specifically around fees, regulations that are in place at the time of project approval, And then also provides for a minimum and maximum project, which is a minimum of 2,000 residential units, but could be up to a total of 4,000, as well as 50,000 square feet of retail, which 20,000 square feet of that would be a grocery store use. The community benefits are also specified, and there's a list of what those are. Some of them are financial obligations that would be provided when certain project milestones are reached, and I have a schedule of that I will share. In addition, the development agreement would generally freeze impact fees for 7 years following the first permit that's issued for construction of the project. However, that amount is subject to an ECI escalator on an annual basis. However, after that 7-year period, the city can increase those fees after that period. The project also provides that, or the DA provides that the project would meet the inclusionary housing ordinance as it was recently adopted by the City Council. The project financing, it provides for formation of a Mello-Roos Community Facilities District or other similar financing mechanism. It also identifies that subsequent approvals may be required for the project, including additional tentative maps and design review for the project. The development agreement also has liability and indemnification provisions that would require that the developer maintain a pollution legal liability insurance coverage as specified on the slide. And this was added in response to public comments received during the Planning Commission's review. The community benefits package includes $2 million in direct funding for Richmond Promise. That would begin at the resale of residential units. That would be after the initial sale of those units. There would be $1 million for local community programs similar to Richmond Build. There would be construction of improvements to a Fire Station 64, Booker T. Anderson, as well as construction of a Bay Trail enhancements that would total $8 million. There would be $2 million to highly qualified organizations that provide programs to Richmond residents focused on youth sports, $750,000 for public safety and at-risk youth programs. And then there would be $8.25 million in funding for other community benefit projects, contribution of school fees, development of a grocery store within phase 1, entering into project labor agreements, first source agreements, and compliance with the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. This is the community benefit schedule. As noted, these are the milestones in the milestone column that would need to be met. And this is the estimated year as to when we believe those milestones, or the target years when those milestones would be reached. So here's for the other programs. So that's the summary of the development agreement. And as mentioned, we're here to answer any questions. So I will stop sharing my screen.
Are there any questions from council members?
I have a few questions.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, it's about the benefits and the financing. So what is when a developer uses Mello-Roos, who pays for the Mello-Roos?
Lena, do you want to let David Price and Bill Lee assist with responding to that?
Yes, that would be helpful.
Thank you. David Price and Bill Lee, if you're available. David, you want to go first? And then if additional information is required, perhaps Bill Lee can assist.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
First of all, the DA is written such that if there is not any CFD or other assessment district type financing, the developer remains directly responsible for funding all costs of improvements. Mello-Roos districts are a well-known and I can imagine Richmond has used them in other instances, that utilizes bonds that are secured by the payment of assessments against the affected properties, which would be included within the development area. And that is how those bonds are repaid. And the Mello-Roos district can provide that the assessments also cover certain costs of establishing the Mello-Roos district as well, and usually do. And that the Mello-Roos district would be set up subsequently. No act you are taking tonight sets up the Mello-Roos district. That is an action that must be taken subsequently by the city council.
I don't think you quite answered my question. Who makes the Mello-Roos payments after it's done?
The property owners in the district pay the Mello-Roos assessments that are used to satisfy the bond payments.
Okay, so then the property owners are the ones who would be paying for the development. Is that correct?
The property owners' properties are in fact paying for the bonds that are in fact issued to pay for some of the improvements, not all of the improvements that are within the scope of the Mello-Roos district, which has not been finally determined at this point as well.
Okay, next question. How much above and beyond are the community benefits above and beyond what you normally would be required to pay?
That's a good question. The community benefits that have been developed are above and beyond the requirements that are paid as your what we usually refer to as development impact fees or in lieu fees. They are in addition to those, and in fact, part of the reason you provide that in a contractual form is that such community benefits may not meet the strict nexus requirements that occur under California law to allow you to impose payments of contributions and fees. And so that is what is secured by your development agreement that you could not necessarily obtain through another method.
Okay, and then the other question, the Richmond Promise, the developer's not paying that. Is that correct? Isn't it the home buyers that pay for that?
Well, no, there's actually two components of that. There is a $2 million payment that is coming directly from the developer, and then there is a 40 basis point resale provision that comes out of subsequent resales of the for sale units. And I believe it was a similar mechanism that was utilized by the city for the Marina Bay project.
Okay. Is that correct, Lena?
Yes, so as David mentioned, there is a portion that will be a cash lump sum or cash payment towards Richmond Promise, but in terms of the 40 basis points, it is a fee that's usually paid at the resale by the property owner or the new buyer.
And that would be on top of the
cash
regular sale
payment.
price.
Yes.
And
Okay.
it's after the first sale, Councilmember Martinez, to clarify.
Right, yeah. And so can you translate 40 points financially? I mean, what does that mean cash-wise?
I believe it works out to 0.04% is what it works out to. I don't know the exact number that will translate into in terms of a gross dollar payment. It's not very large, but until you know the resale prices, you cannot determine what that gross dollar number is. Okay. But my understanding is there had been some economic estimates provided by the developer, and I think that came up at the last meeting, what that number was over some a daylight period of the term of the DA and some perhaps even period afterwards. And please, Shasa and Lena, I believe people were saying it was in excess of $20 million over time was the estimate, but someone else would have to fill that number in.
Yes, it's a very large range because they haven't finalized the number of units that are going to be for sale. And so through the mayor, I would defer to the developer team to provide more explanation if the mayor was so inclined, based on the developer's commitment on that matter.
Yeah, I would allow Mr. Shopov, if you want to respond.
Certainly. It clearly is determined on how many for sale units we do. But for example, and I'm not saying this is the average price, but to make it simple, it's actually 0.4%, not 0.04%. That's what 40 basis points is. And so on a $1 million sales price, if that were the average, and as I said, I'm not saying that's the average, it's $4,000 per home. So depending on the number of homes transacted per year, we did an analysis of it, and it was in the, $25 to $35 million range over the next 20 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, I have other questions, but I'll give someone else a chance.
Okay, well, we'll have another opportunity for questions after we go through public speakers. Other council members have questions at this time? I don't see any. I hope I haven't missed anybody. Okay, well, with that, let's move into calling the public speakers, Madam Clerk.
Okay, we had a total of 26 speakers. Now we have 28, and we're going to take all 28. Each speaker will be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council. And then now I'll turn it over to Jess Ward to call the speakers.
The first speaker is Ahmad Anderson. Ahmad, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, hold on. Your phone is sounding muffled.
Can you hear me now?
No. See if I can.
Our first speaker is Ahmad Anderson. I will call your name in groups of 7. Please be prepared to speak when your name is called. The first speaker is Ahmad Anderson, followed by Michael Glickson, Sierra Lavoie, Deborah Bayer.
What did you say?
And Pam Stello. Ahmad, you can begin.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City staff, City Manager. Thank you for the time, City Council, to be able to speak to you on this matter. I definitely appreciate the sensitivity of this matter and this project. I'm a supporter of the Bay Project, the Campus Bay Project, and the community benefits for the movement of the City of Richmond, its citizens, its youths, its jobs, and all the opportunity that it will bring to the South Side, but also for the greater Richmond as well. Continue to be thoughtful in your decision about this matter and the impact it means for the future of our city and the support that we need throughout during these very terrible times. But I'm proud of the city we live in. I'm proud of the work that you all are doing. I'm very thankful for the questions that have raised the issues that have brought us to this point. I continue to want you to support this measure and move forward for the better of all, for the city of Richmond, for our youth, for jobs, for growth, and for our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Glickson. Michael, you may begin. Michael?
Okay, thank you. So I wish to, dear Mayor Budd and council members, I join countless other residents in trying to prevent your approval of this proposed development at the AstraZeneca site on Richmond's beautiful bayfront, a known US EPA Superfund qualified site. Why are you letting Zeneca off the hook? They get to walk away with a $30 million slap on the wrist instead of returning these acres to the condition they were in before all their work began 100 years ago. I know you'll say it's not your decision and how the site gets cleaned up, it's DTSC's. And I just heard the gentleman say again that they have complete jurisdiction. But you signed on to option 3A instead of option 6 as far as what kind of cleanup was going to happen. So this could be a lost cause, but I need to continue to say this. Richmond can take a stand against a corporate polluter. Let's be the city that says no. Let's draw a line in the sand and tell Zeneca that they have made a colossal mess and they have to clean it up completely. And please don't tell me again about all those truckloads of dirt. Bring a railroad spur right to this site if it's not there already, and move the dirt out in covered rail cars. Bottom line for me, Richmond deserves better than the deal being offered by Shop Off, and could certainly get it if it was going to be constructed on pristine earth. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maggie Paul Lazar. Maggie, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name's Maggie, and I have worked for 30 years next door to this site and seen the transition of Stouffer Chemicals stopping production, Zeneca coming in, Zeneca dismantling, and now this. I oppose the development, not because I oppose all development, but because this particular contract is asking for exemptions to a specific plan that residents of Richmond and community members worked very hard. I understand when people say that DTSC has jurisdiction, but DTSC's remediation requirements are always dependent on how the property is to be used. And if the city council members speak up about sticking with the specific plan, then that's a different use that requires different remediation. So I oppose the addendum, I oppose the changes. Can't remember how you describe them. One of the problems of being an ordinary person and trying to make comments is that there is so much expertise and so much bureaucracy. And so I know from being a CAG member for more than 10 years that something is being pushed on us that is wrong. I can feel it in my gut, even if I don't have the exact language to describe it. And I really urge you to reconsider and look at this again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jim Hansen. Jim, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Members of the council, please take a look at the development agreement itself. And unfortunately, Mr. Priest did not fully answer the question. Under this agreement, the city can actually be required to do a Melrose agreement. In other words, the developer can initiate this and require the city to do it. Not only that, the developer gets to have rights over selecting the consultants that the city might want to use to advise the city. If you can believe that, please take a look at this, because this development agreement is bad news. Not only, this is only the beginning, and this is why you need to put this aside, correct this agreement. It includes essentially a legal straitjacket on making any changes during the construction of this project, which the city would be at risk. Not only that, this agreement limits the ability of the city on to control public services, public utilities. Not only that, but sewage capacity rights. Now, where is that explained? Which is very interesting, given the fact that our public is now in the process of beginning what is the beginning of a $500 million improvement to our sewers. Are we in fact subsidizing this situation? Two more quick things. This agreement does in fact take, actually the agreement that you would be approving taking Zeneca off the hook completely. And lastly, there is insufficient environmental liability damage. 25 million is a drop in the bucket in terms of this hazard site. Who's going to pick this up? Please, this is a hazardous development agreement.
Time has expired. Thank you, Jim. The next speaker is Floyd Andrews, and the next 5 speakers after that will be Tom Hansen, Abel Romero, phone number ending in 4562, David Cafton, and Richmond firefighters. Floyd, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. I'm Floyd Andrews. I'm pleased to be here and thank you all for being here as well. I am an attorney. I'm an environmental attorney. I used to work for a large real estate development company in Southern California. I oversaw as in-house counsel the cleanup of brownfields. Whenever we cleaned up a brownfield, we did it for residential purposes, I should say, we did it to higher than residential standards. And this is because the developer I worked for developed for their own account. They retained ownership of the developments that they did. And they did up to those high levels to ensure that the future did not present risk to them or risk to people who bought their homes. In this instance, it's easy for this developer to set the target low because they will be selling the entire development to somebody else who will step in, who will have to potentially deal with the risky mess. I find it distressing that the DTSC is willing to sign off on this deal. Their main goal is to protect Californians, the California people, and the California environment from harmful effects of toxic substances. They should be stepping up and doing exactly that. And I also fear for the future of Richmond as its economy begins to transition from a fossil fuel-based economy to more of a green economy providing green jobs. When that happens, we will likely be left with quite a number of toxic areas that must be cleaned up. And it would be quite a tragedy for the entirety of Richmond to be left in this state for ourselves and future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tom Hansen. Tom, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Tom Hansen. I'm the business manager at IBW Local 302. We represent the electrical workers in Contra Costa County. I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council for allowing me to speak tonight. I'd also like to thank them for their support of this project. This will provide workers with years of work hours, which are very important for journeymen and apprentices alike. This will provide for apprenticeship opportunities. So the developer has entered into a project labor agreement with the mechanical crafts, and we are happy to support this project and hope it moves forward soon. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Abel Romero. Abel, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Abel Romero, and I've lived in Richmond for 4 years and in the Bay Area for more than 15 years. I want to voice my support for the approval of the Campus Bay development project. I studied architecture at a local university. I work in engineering, and I'm in my mid-30s. So given my background, I think that the project with 4,000 housing units would be a great project for any city in the Bay, and I consider it a huge opportunity for Richmond. In summary, I'm considering 3 main points to inform my support. Number 1, toxicity concerns have been reviewed by professional and objective government agencies. Number 2, population in the Bay Area is expected to grow by the millions in the next decades, and Contra Costa County is consistently projected to be one of the top 3 counties with the largest growth. of this population growth, the Latino population constitutes a large growth, and as such, it will require sizable projects like the Campus Bay Development Project. And then number 3, a project of this scope accomplishes a large number of benefits in one large swoop because it provides a large number of housing jobs, including construction jobs. It provides for social funding, and it provides a point of pride for the city. And I urge public officials who oppose the development to really consider how much work and how many individual projects could possibly achieve the gains that this one large project can. And last, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is the phone number ending in 4562. Please state your name for the record. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Phone number ending in 4562.
Thank you. Yes, I hit *6 twice, but it took twice.
Okay.
My name is Carolyn Graves. Greetings, Richmond City Council members and City Manager. I have been a resident of Richmond for over 30 years and live within a mile of the Zeneca site. As such, I have participated in the ongoing community meetings with DTSC and read the technical documents released over the last 15 years. Last Thursday was the most recent meeting with DTSC, and during which the lead DTSC rep was clear that all legal implications from flaws in the EIR fall on the city alone. The current EIR relies on an expired preliminary exploratory geotechnical report, one which even the outdated information shows at least a medium-high risk of liquefaction at the Zeneca site. However, that risk is underestimated, as projections of sea level rise are now nearly doubled within the time frames used, so that substantial changes will become apparent within nearly half the time anticipated previously. Risk has also increased from a 7.1 or more earthquake on the nearby Hayward Fault in the next 20 years. At a typical shoreline site proposed for development, these would represent significant risk for longevity to shoreline homes. However, these are added to by the extensive volume of highly toxic substances located on site, which the current LLC of Zeneca and the developer propose leaving on site, with 4,000 housing units being built on top. For these reasons, I urge you to vote no on agenda item I-1. This agenda item decides if the future of this visible community gateway, a critical component to Richmond's reputation, will be a success or a dismal failure. Voting yes on this agenda item ties the city's hands behind its back and raises
Time has expired. Thank you, Carolyn. The next speaker is David Cafton. David, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. David?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi, Mayor, City Council members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Marina Bay for the last year and a half, and have been participating during the last year or so at the CAG meetings, meeting with DTSC. As I understand it, DTSC's credibility is in the dumps. It has been negligent for years in fulfilling its duty at Marina Bay and along the South Richmond shoreline. It's $30 million in deficit. Astonishingly, the state auditor found it did not collect $200 million in costs for oversight of toxic cleanups. In addition, numerous hazardous waste facilities were operating without necessary permits. If you are counting on them to overlook and have a say in what's going on there in the future, I wouldn't count on them. Please disabuse yourself of the idea that AstraZeneca is going to be like Marina Bay. AstraZeneca has far greater toxicity and in amounts and kind. Nevertheless, the success at Marina Bay cannot be declared because there's been no human health studies and no monitoring of polluting the bay. No news is not necessarily good news. I know people who developed cancer in Marina Bay, but it'll be very difficult to prove they got it here. The remediation option 3A has serious flaws. It leaves too much dangerous toxins in the soil. The cap is inadequate. The other remedy, option 6, takes out significantly more toxins. We've identified companies such as Waste Management, which can routinely move this toxic waste with all permits and take it to licensed toxic dumps versus by rail or ship if necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Richmond firefighters, and the next 10 speakers following that will be Jane Currant, Tom Lawson, phone number ending in 0352, John Dalrymple, Al Mass, Pam Stello, Karen Franklin, Gail Seymour, Sally Tobin, and Ben Terrio. Richmond firefighters, please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Luis Padilla, President, Richmond Firefighters Local 188. Just wanted to thank the City Council for taking the proper steps and moving this project forward. However, I would like to warn city officials that with the approval of this project, it would not be wise to close a truck company that protects this project. Adding potentially 4,000 units while cutting fire service is not a good recipe. Lastly, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank or wish Council members Choi and Myrick the best of luck. I know this is their last meeting, and I wanted to thank them for their service. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jane Currant. Jane, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. You know, you have a big chance here. You have a chance to make history by holding AstraZeneca accountable for cleaning up this toxic site. I want to remind you that this multinational company recently purchased another lucrative pharmaceutical company, Alexion, for $39 billion. And they cannot afford the $150 million that we're told is necessary to clean up an impoverished city like ours. You know, if the city leaders, together with an already clearly activated public, banded together to hold this company accountable and brought this fact to the world's attention. People have their eyes on AstraZeneca now for obvious reasons, and we've got the chance to call them to accountability. So please, listen to the many residents who are opposed to this current deal for only a partial cleanup. With a full cleanup, we could go ahead and build the much needed housing development in a healthy and safe environment for future residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tom Lawson. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm Tom Lawson, Business Manager, Plumber Steamfitters, UA Local 159. On behalf of our members and their families that live in Richmond, we'd like to express our support for the Campus Bay Mixed-Use Project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker will be the phone number ending in 0352. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Phone
Hello,
number. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
My name is Margaret Child, and I'm asking the City Council to reconsider their vote to approve the latest development proposal for the Campus Bay site. The original plan was bad enough, but this revised plan is even worse. The suggested number of housing units was increased from 1,500 to 2,000, and then up to 4,000 with absolutely no resistance or no questions asked. The claim that this development is, quote, close to public transport is misleading to the point of lying. If I were a potential buyer, quote, close to would mean to me within walking distance. I'm not persuaded that the residents are going to be sufficiently protected from the toxins that have been stored in that soil for more than 100 years. The single source who works for the developer seems to be unable to produce any supporting evidence from other similar sites where measures have been tried and where the results have been tested over a period of time sufficient to ascertain that they really do work in the long term. The developers are recommending testing for 5 years. This is totally insufficient time to be able to tell whether the mitigation measures have worked well enough. Testing needs to be guaranteed to continue until no off-gassing or leaks of any kind have been detected by an outside agency. I'm deeply concerned that the council seems to be voting to not require a complete cleanup simply because there does not seem to be an easy solution. Folks, problem sites like this don't have easy solutions. What we need is the will, and then we will find the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Dalrymple. John, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
City Council, my name is John Dalrymple. I'm Executive Director of the Contra Costa Labor Council. I was on the board of Transform, which was the premier nonprofit advocacy group on progressive transportation policy, and was on your worked on the Workforce Development Board. I'm here to speak in favor of this project. I'm speaking for almost 200 family members who live in Richmond, belong with the mechanical craft unions. We understand that we need to increase housing for working people. This project will do that. We need to clear up this environmental hazard. I mean, it's not a Superfund site, but nobody disputes that right now it's causing, it's adding to the pollution of the area. And this brings the capital and the means to address that. In terms of jobs and local economic stimulus, which certainly we need in Richmond, thousands of construction jobs and permanent jobs will be created, of which the very progressive policies that your council has supported around local hire and insisting that that young people and at-risk workers and ex-offenders have opportunity to have career pathways into the construction trades and other careers. This will provide that. We have very little opportunity for things like that in Richmond, not enough. We can't afford not to have this project go forward. I was involved in helping develop, working for and lobbying around the ideas of priority development areas. This is, our region creates a tremendous amount of global, greenhouse gases because of the imbalance of our housing and jobs. These are exactly the kind of sites of high density housing that we need in order to address that issue, to do our part. We cannot let this opportunity like this, that this kind of project on this type of site not be developed. It's our obligation. And we have a good remediation plan, and we should embrace it. Thank you, appreciate it, and I hope you vote for the project.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Al Mass. Al, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. I want to voice my strong opposition to the development agreement between the City of Richmond and the HRP Campus Bay Property LLC developer. In my morning email communication, I already outlined my concerns. In addition, I would like to speak on behalf of my neighborhood and the people of Richmond. So I offer my support. First of all, I offer my support to the local carpenter, electricians, construction unions, and hope that the City of Richmond will allow them to ensure safe working conditions and subsequent wages and benefits. Not just minimal wages. Workers should be paid in accordance to the risk that they are taking on the site. Secondly, my question to you, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Bates, Councilmember Johnson, Merrick, and Choi, will you agree to sign an addendum to this development agreement by which you accept liability for any possible hazardous litigation related to the Campus Bay site in perpetuity? If you vote yes on this development agreement, and your mission is to preserve residents' quality of life and economic well-being, you should have no problem putting your name to an addendum vouching that you accept liability for any litigation that may arise in relation to hazardous waste on this site, as long as this site remains as long as the site is on. So thank you very much. I hope that you will sign this addendum. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Pam Stello. Pam, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
First, I believe you've skipped Debbie Baer and Jeannie Courts.
They are on the list to speak.
Oh, thank you.
The list just got jumbled up when just where I had to re-sign on. So
thank
the
you.
Individuals are there. Yes. Thank you.
Thanks. Good evening. My name's Pam Stello, Richmond resident. I'm speaking tonight to ask you to not move ahead with the final approval tonight of the development agreement. I agree with all of the previous speakers who asked you not to approve this agreement this evening. Experts in relevant fields and residents have provided you with all the information needed to know that the risks and impacts are great and there are many unanswered questions. If you don't believe the impacts, you certainly cannot deny the risks and the questions. Just from the fact that you're relying on a public health assessment from 2009, sea level rise estimates from 2014, and a geotechnical analysis from 2018 that expired 3 months ago. And that's based on the 2016 specific plan and not on the analysis as required of this project and these mitigation measures. Jim Hansen and others have delineated how the contract is biased in the developer's interest in ways that put the city and the public's interest at financial and legal risk. If you approve this contract tonight, you know the city will be sued. No doubt there'll be many, many years of litigation. You're hammered by private interests and those who represent private interests. It's easy to forget that as council members, you're tasked with acting in the public interest. This is your primary role as council members. Based on what you and we all know about this project and the contract and the unanswered questions, to act in the public interest tasks you with addressing the unanswered questions and concerns and the legal questions, and not moving forward tonight with final approval of the development agreement. I also want to speak to the Richmond Promise speaker that sustainability of your mission, which is an important mission, should not be at the expense of the public interest. Risk to the health of Richmond children and families, the financial health of the city, the San Francisco Bay health for generations if the council does not do its due diligence in the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Karen Franklin. Karen, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. So this has been a tough year, 2020, and I think it's been a year where a lot of us have been reflecting on issues of privilege and power. And in regard to privilege and power, it's pretty striking to me that while we do have some types of diversity on this city council, there's not a single woman among you. And sometimes this type of homogeneity can lead to groupthink and blind spots. It's probably not a coincidence that the small minority of speakers who call in at every meeting in favor of this development are construction workers, firefighters, police, those who stand to benefit tangibly in the very short term. In considering this development, I would urge you to think not just about these police and construction workers, but who, by the way, may not be aware of Hillco's abysmal track record of worker safety violations. And don't just think about the tantalizing short-term income flow being promised to you by these slick corporate flippers from Orange County. Don't just think about those privileged people who will have the money to purchase the penthouse suites with the views. That is, if they're foolhardy enough to purchase homes above, even high above, a toxic stew. Think about those among us who lack that privilege. Think about the residents of Crescent Park Public Housing who will be subjected to the toxic dust blowing into their neighborhood. Exactly what happened to the low-income Chicago community when Hillco Development did a haphazard demolition there recently, this year during the pandemic. Think about the low-income families who will be living on the ground level, not in the penthouse suites. The mothers and the fathers and the grandparents whose children will not be able to go outside and play without risking leukemia. Please don't rush pell-mell into a development that's great, absolutely fabulous for AstraZeneca, for Shop Off Realty, and for Hillco Development, the privileged and the powerful, but it's not so great for Richmond residents, much less for the health of the Greater Bay and its flora and fauna. Please think about your privilege and your power and use it wisely. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gail Seymour. Gail, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Gail?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Gail Seymour. I'm an environmental scientist. I work for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board over the past 30 years. I'm now retired. I'm asking that the council please do not allow residential development on this campus-based Seneca site until contaminated soils are fully removed, and also require a new CEQA document. My understanding is a 2016 DTSC study stated residential development requires a thorough cleanup. Don't let the responsible parties off the hook for poisoning the people, wildlife, and waterways of the Bay. We know this is a toxic hotspot and one of the most polluted sites in the San Francisco Bay Area with PCBs and other toxins that are carcinogenic and endocrine disruptors. Capping is a temporary fix. It can't prevent horizontal flow of groundwater through the soils. It's not effective if groundwater is already in contact with contaminated soils, and monitoring wells cannot capture all areas of polluted leachate. Caps break, especially in seismically active areas and where there is sea level rise. The toxic soils will be a threat forever, not just for 10, 20, or 30 years. Please Google the Gordon Plaza neighborhood in New Orleans, now called Cancer Town, and also Eastbrook, Pennsylvania. The people in these towns are predominantly Black Americans, and many have died or are dying of cancer. And in one of these towns, the people just won a $26 million class action suit against the city. Before you vote, ask yourselves if you would live in this new proposed development or if you would allow your children and grandchildren to live there without removal of the hazardous waste. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sally Tobin. Sally, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you return the timer to 0?
Sure. Just a second. Sorry, just a second.
No problem.
Sorry, we're having trouble. Give me a second.
Cool.
Okay, you can go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
When I was growing up, my family was probably like many of your families in that if somebody made a mess, the responsible party needed to clean it up. And right now, the DTSC may not be requiring the responsible parties to clean it up, but I think that they may be responding to cues that they've gotten from the city because the city backed off of their selection of cleanup option 6 and went back to option 3A. That may have been a very clear signal to the DTSC that Richmond was not willing to stand up for the health of its citizens. So who should pay for the cleanup? It should be the polluters. And if the DTSC will go back to a more thorough cleanup level, it will not cost the developers anything. It will not cost the public anything, and it will not cost the city anything. And we will have a clean area in which to build much needed housing. Right now, the $25 million fund to cover health-related lawsuits seems really minimal. I mean, is the DTSC going to pay anything that goes above the 25 million when the 25 million runs out? I think given the situation that we seem to be facing tonight, the only city defense seems to be to disapprove this project until residents can be protected, because I think the very first value is the protection of Richmond residents. Of course, Richmond needs more housing, but after cleanup on really clean soil. So send DTSC a signal that Richmond has standards and that Richmond protects its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Ben Terrio, and the following 10 speakers after that will be Deborah Bayer, PCM, California Progressive Alliance, Richmond Promise, Charles Davidson, Paul Kilkenny, Jean Quartz, Mike Parker, Sierra Lavoie, and Andres Soto. Ben, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
My name is Ben Terrio. I'm a resident of the city of Richmond. The DTSC has approved this project. It's a good project for the city of Richmond, and I approve this move. And thank the council for its diligence in moving this project along. I'd also like to thank the service of council members J.L. Myrick and Ben Choi. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah Bayer. Deborah, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you. Like many other people have spoken, I am asking the council to delay this vote until the concerns raised by scientists and Richmond citizens are resolved. To approve the development agreement as it's currently written is reckless and puts the city at legal, environmental, and financial risk. In exchange for $22 million in community benefits, the city is agreeing to waive all future environmental cleanups that might be needed at the Zeneca site. Signing the development agreement tonight binds future councils to what might be an inadequate cleanup, especially in the light of climate change. When it recommended alternative 3A, the DTSC did not consider the latest predictions of sea level rise and the effect the sea level rise will have on their planned remediation. Neither did they explain why ground floor residents would be safe in multifamily apartments, but not in single family dwellings, except to say that single family homes usually have backyards. Well, apartment houses have backyards too. They are called common areas and parks. I've heard members of the council compare the Zeneca site to Marina Bay as an example of a successful development built on a remediated brownfield. The two sites cannot be compared. Marina Bay was built on top of the Kaiser shipyard, while Zeneca was built on a chemical plant producing sulfuric acid and pesticides. Something more similar is the Selby Slag, located further north up the Bayshore, where arsenic levels remain high, despite partial remediation by the DTSC. In October, Governor Newsom vetoed AB 995, a bipartisan bill to reform the DTSC. The DTSC has long been recognized by frontline activists as a captive agency requiring oversight. The governor's veto was a disappointment, but the fact that the state legislature thought the bill was needed in the first place says a lot. The three winning city council candidates ran in opposition to the—
Your time has expired. Thank you, Deborah. The next speaker is PCM. Please state your full name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. PCM?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Faris Jessa. I'm a resident of Richmond since 2012. And I just wanted to speak out against this development that's going ahead of time. You know, Richmond City Council, I think, once recognized the sleight of hand that DTSC waived when selecting a remediation alternative that it explicitly contain restrictions on residential development. Land deed restrictions that prohibit daycare, senior care, healthcare, schools, and residences do not support a lively or thriving residential community for a passionate, hardworking community. Land deed restrictions that prohibit homegrown produce do not provide spaces and opportunities that allow families with small children to thrive. Richmond is neglecting its residents when it allows a development to proceed with the promise of homes while the ground underneath those homes continuously threatens the health and longevity of those residents. Richmond has been told by the developer that the earliest groundbreaking wouldn't be until later next year. There is no tangible need for Richmond City Council to accelerate the approval of this development by 1 month. A vote taken in January 2021 versus December 2020 has no tangible impact on the developer's schedule. Richmond City Council is pursuing a vote on a development that threatens its residents, and it is not justified by the developer's plans. This haste is unnecessary. Richmond City Council is neglecting its residents, so please abstain from voting on this development and allow Richmond's voice to be heard and acted upon. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to the next speaker. Please state your full name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, this is Gail McLaughlin. First of all, we as a city have the right and obligation to protest to DTSC and insist on a comprehensive cleanup with AstraZeneca paying. Change always comes from below. Cities have often and successfully protested state agencies in the past. Now, I want to address a few points that came up at the last minute. There was concern about the number of truck trips. Well, these toxins could be shipped off-site by rail. There are commercial rail services, such as a company called Waste by Rail, that deal with the transport of toxic waste safely. And there are licensed hazmat facilities far from any community in the desert. For example, one in Utah called Grassy Mountain, which has been given the green light in terms of environmental justice. Finally, I want to emphasize that these toxins will remain underneath a cap on site that has no liner underneath it, thereby allowing the toxins to seep into the groundwater, which will rise to the surface with sea level rise, causing further toxic harm to the public. When I went to Ecuador to see the damage to the Amazon rainforest by Chevron, it was made clear that the toxic pits in the rainforest where contaminants were thrown had no liners underneath them, just like the unlined toxins at this site. That caused serious and deadly cancers and birth defects to the indigenous community who made the rainforest their home and who sued to the tune of billions of dollars. Please stand up for our residents and future residents by voting no on this item. You have that obligation. Please draw from your political will to make it happen for the benefit of your children, your grandchildren, and future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to the next speaker. Please state your full name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. This is Miguel Molina, a community member and current team member, Richmond Promise. Apologies there for jumping the gun a little bit to Mayor Butt and the rest of the city council members. Again, I'd just like to express my support for the community benefits agreement outlined for the Richmond Campus Bay project based on the support that Richmond Promise would receive in the advancement of college awareness and the college going culture in the city of Richmond. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Charles Davidson. Charles, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Greetings, my name is Charles Davidson. I live in Hercules, West Contra Costa County. I, along with many others, request that the council does not vote on the current Zeneca high-rise development plan based on what I believe is a seriously flawed toxicity assessment by the state's Department of Toxic and Substances Control, or DTSC. The Zeneca site still has significant amounts of toxic metal contamination remaining from historic pyrite cinder processing for sulfuric acid production. Residue sulfuric acid also tends to cause the inadvertent release of heavy metals from pyrite, such as arsenic, cadmium, lead, zinc, and selenium. As stated in the DTSC's 2019 Zeneca feasibility study, quote, the majority of the pyrite cinders and mercury-affected cinders remaining at the site were treated with limestone to neutralize pyrite-derived sulfuric acid, and also powdered charcoal to absorb the mercury. These treated cinders plus contaminated soil were then mixed with cement and cement kiln dust. The feasibility study states that long after limestone treatment, the arsenic concentrations are still highly elevated, being several-fold above the maximum regulatory arsenic level. No permanent cement cap placed on top of pyrite, nor DTSC's added toxic cement kiln dust, nor 38,000 pounds of cheesy whey, which they actually added in 2006, will make the Zeneca toxicity problem truly vanish, particularly for arsenic release occurring within the site's liquefaction zone and subject for future sea level rise. Please do not vote for this current poorly planned high-rise residential mixed-use development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Paul Kilkenny. Paul, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Paul Kilkenny. In 2005, one council member brought forward a resolution to get the California EPA to transfer oversight of the toxic Zeneca site from the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board to the California Department of Toxic Substances Control. But it wasn't one council member, 8 others seated at the dais voted yes to the resolution. It was unanimous, 9 yes, 0 no. It was a good start. Just as it was then, and as it is now, numerous members of the community have shown up, but this time to dissuade a yes vote on the development agreement. Here are a few reasons to vote no. A public health assessment needs to factor in changes that have occurred and continue to occur on the acceptable level of toxics left over from heavy industrial manufacturing. A geotechnical report that accounts for the new reports that predict an increase in the amount of sea level rise. It is a particular concern since this toxic site is on the shoreline. There is no geotechnical report. DTSC has verified this. Verification that the proposed remedy, injection, engineered controls, and capping will work on such a complex toxic shoreline site. For those who say the toxic Zeneca site has sat vacant too long, how long did it take for the terraces at Nevin, on Nevin between 21st and 23rd Streets? It was home for the Employment Development Department in the early 90s. It sat closed for 20 years. It wasn't until 2016 that the building was demolished. It took 25 years. Seems like it was worth it. Please vote no on this development agreement tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jean Quartz. Jean, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Jeannie Quartz and I am a Richmond resident. I want to set the record straight about those of us who oppose the project. We are opposed, but we are not against development. We are for equitable, just, safe, affordable, and mixed income housing. To quote Mayor Butt from a page San Francisco Chronicle article dated December 11, 2020 regarding the Zeneca site, Mayor Butt stated, quote, "It's particularly difficult to get housing projects approved in Richmond with community support," end quote. This is not true. Mayor Butt knows there are many areas in the city that can be developed, but he focuses on the shoreline. Richmond has more available infill sites than any other cities in the Bay Area at a lower cost to build, but he concentrates on complex shoreline developments instead of focusing on the many sites where development will be approved without opposition and will actually address the housing crisis. Under his leadership, our planning department is focused on projects that are divisive, controversial, and rife for lawsuits that cost the city and delay development of housing. Another quote from Mayor Butt in the same article, quote, "They are against housing, they are against business, they are against corporations, they are against landlords. It's part of the Bay Area NIMBY movement," end quote. This statement is also false. The majority of the Richmond community is against this project because it is not safe. It needs to be cleaned up to residential standards. We want to see thriving businesses in Richmond. We want people to have jobs. Above all, we want people to live in communities where they are safe and free from environmental injustice. And we do not want to burden future generations. The trades union should join the community in advocating for building in Richmond's many infill sites. The trades jobs would be available much sooner and would be safer. For these reasons, the council should not move ahead with final approval of the development agreement ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mike Parker. Mike, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Mike Parker, Richmond resident.
I lost Mike. Let me get him back real quick. Mike?
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. I am impressed and proud of the eloquence of the speakers who have explained why this project is wrong. Ask yourself why these people have put in their time and effort to research this and sit through meetings like this. These are people who care about this city and are willing to be involved. These are the people you should listen to and not to be dependent on an expert hired by a company which is only here to make a quick profit, or the DTSC, which is now broadly recognized as a regulatory agency that has been captured by the forces it is supposed to regulate. Let me just cover one point that hasn't been discussed here, and that's on the jobs and housing question. The fact of the matter is that there will be more jobs created by requiring a full cleanup. More jobs, because first of all, the place has to be cleaned up. And then after that, it will be even more attractive to developers so that once the site is cleaned up, so we will get a better project there. We will get a project that will help Richmond more than this project. So I urge you to refuse this right now, and let's start building public pressure on DTSC to demand the full cleanup, and then we'll go back and develop this place as it should be developed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Sierra Lavoie, and the last two speakers after that will be Andres Soto and Kevin Van Buskirk. Sierra, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
This is Sherry Paget using my granddaughter's computer, Sierra Lavoie's computer.
Okay.
I'm a Richmond resident, homeowner, business owner, and I employ Richmond residents. Vote no or vote to delay I-1, the decision on the development agreement on Zeneca's Campus Bay project, which is rushed and deeply flawed. It has never been done and cannot be proven to be safe. The proposal would necessitate long-term 50 to 100-year real-time monitoring of an extremely complex Class 1 hazardous waste dump that would be covered with a non-permeable concrete cap, trapping the mixed chemical brew and its combined reactions like a boiling pressure cooker, leaking and off-gassing under 4,000 homes for all of the building's lives. The plan to cap is in direct contrast to storing the materials in a licensed, professionally managed hazardous waste landfill that actively treats contained hazards long-term in giant lined pits with robust drainage and real-time monitoring systems, leaving the pits to attenuate in open air. Instead, the vast non-permeable and permeable 65-acre concrete caps create a suffocating lid over site hazards with no bottom layer, no side containment, no protection as it spreads, leaks, and off gases into the San Francisco Bay. There are no good ways to fix problems after the concrete sets and the homes are built. No one on the Planning Commission or the City Council who voted for the development agreement asked or know how to fix the problem if and when the cap or building foundations or liners develop inevitable, minute or large fractures that allow VOCs to migrate into the condominiums, or how to protect wildlife from mobilized arsenic and VOCs flowing with near surface groundwater into the surrounding properties in the marsh and the San Francisco Bay. Please vote no or delay this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Andres Soto. Andres, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Andres? Hello? We'll move on to Kevin for now and come back to Andres. Kevin, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Mayor Butt, members of the council, staff, for the opportunity to speak. Sheet metal workers are, as you know from previous meetings, 100% behind this project. It's time to move this project forward and reap the benefits now. We know that if you don't move this project forward, it'll just be killed in the next, in January, and nothing will happen. If you look back at labor history, when the men and women of the building and construction trades are working, America's doing well. This has been sitting. It has to clean up. The state has said it's okay to go. It's a good plan that Hilco and the folks, the developers, are bringing forward to the citizens of Richmond. I urge you to support this project and move it forward and get the ball moving on this development and put many people to work and opportunities for young men and women of Richmond to join the building trades, crafts, and move on with a good career. It is something second to none. I've been around speaking at many Richmond council meetings for a long time. I'm hitting the end of my career, and I tell you, I'll never be a burden to anybody in the public because of what my union and what all the unions of the building construction trades councils do for their members and the benefits they provide with pensions, healthcare, and to be able to retire and live in dignity. This project needs to move forward. Give that opportunity to the folks of Richmond and move this forward. Thanks for your time, and sorry for taking up so much time. I meant to say a little bit less, but hey, you folks I think you're doing the right thing by moving this forward if you do. Thank you, and have a good evening, and Merry Christmas to everybody. And JL, thank you for your service.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Andres Soto. Andres, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Andres. Andres Soto. Okay, I'll come back to him. I'll be calling on Tarnell Abbott next. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear
Tarnell?
me?
Yes.
Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. I urge you to vote no on this item or hold it over until more information can be reviewed and until the new city council is sworn in on January 12th. There should be study sessions. There are too many unanswered questions on this major project, which will allow residential units to be built on a toxic waste site without requiring a full and long-term protective cleanup. The city does have the authority to ask the DTSC to change the remedy because it was based on old information. If you approve this development agreement, the city and you as individuals may be sued for putting future residents, workers, and other people at risk when you knew of the hazards and approved the development anyway. You have been warned of the high risk by scientists, medical and technical professionals who have made public comments or spoken at the November 19 Planning Commission hearing, December 1 City Council meeting, and those you received today. I also wrote to our Attorney General Javier Becerra about this issue. Seneca is not a brownfield site. It is a Superfund qualified site. And the development agreement is also based on old EIR. A new addendum doesn't address the things like well, I won't even go into that. The proposed remedy for the on-site VOC treatment has not been proven to work long-term at this site, and it relies only on the developer's expert claiming that it does. The DTSC is supposed to protect our health, but they have been, all their studies have been paid for by the responsible party. You need independent experts, and you need to call them to come and talk to you about this site. It's too dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will try to get Andres Soto. Andres, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Hello. It does not seem to be working.
Okay, so we're gonna move on. Is that the last speaker?
That was the last speaker.
Okay, and I just want to read into the record. We did receive by 1 o'clock today, 91 comments in opposition to approval of item I1 and received 1 comment in support of approval of item I1.
Oh, Madam Clerk, again, I want to make sure everybody who wants to speak gets a chance. Could you just make one more call for speakers? If there's anybody who didn't sign up, you know, I would allow them to go ahead and speak now. So why don't you make one final call before we conclude this part of the process.
Okay, if we have any additional speakers for item I1, please raise your hand now. I see Andres Soto's hand is raised, but it looks like we're having difficulty connecting with him.
I can try.
You want to go ahead and try?
Yeah, give me a second.
Andres,
are you there?
His microphone is muted.
Does not seem to be working.
I'm here now.
There he is.
Oh, okay, okay.
Wow, what an ordeal. Yeah, good evening, Andres Soto, Communities for a Better Environment. And, you know, I, of course, was a part of the chorus urging you not to sign this development agreement, although I know, in fact, the deal's already been cut and you're going to vote to approve it. But just a little bit of history. This is, you guys are a lame duck city council, just like the notorious lame duck council of 2004 that got us into the casino mess and all its legacy at Point Molate. And it's based on the same principles: greed, avarice, and corruption. And so, you know, to you leaving city council members, you know, this is going to be part of your legacy. For those of you who are on here, 2 of you were actually still there in 2004 when you were part of that notorious deal. And so this is a bad deal for Richmond. It's going to lead to years of litigation, just like Point Molate. So congratulations for further draining the city's coffers. This is a stupid, ignorant, racist development. You know, if you go up San Pablo Avenue, everybody's been moving towards retail with residential above, all up and down the corridor until you get to Richmond, and then it stops. Why? Because the lack of vision, the lack of leadership from the city council, and trying to lure people who would try to engage in that kind of development. Instead, you want to go for these pie in the sky, let's pay everybody off, pay off the trades with PLAs, pay off Richmond Promise, which was another corruption for selling out our health and our safety in the Chevron 2014 modernization project. That's how Richmond Promise started, with JL and Tom Butt selling us out. So this is just part of the legacy. We'll see you in court in the future, and thank you for draining the city coffers.
Thank you. And there's one more speaker, Cole Burchiel. Cole, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much, City Council. I appreciate for the extended opportunity to speak. During the City Council meeting on December 1st, a concern became clear to Baykeeper. After comment provided by Councilmember-elect Jimenez, the council debated the site's relation to the Superfund National Priority List. Though Mayor Butt correctly identified that the Zeneca site is not listed on the NPL, the council incorrectly concluded that this indicates a lower level of contamination that does not substantiate inclusion under the Superfund. This is simply not the case. US EPA officials conducted a circular investigation for this site in 1998, finding that the severity and prevalence of contaminants fulfilled all criteria to be listed on the national priority list. DTSC volunteered to oversee remedial activities, classifying the site as a state-led cleanup rather than a federally controlled action. Any assessment of future land use in this area must be made with this fact in mind, and I would caution the council against perceiving the site as an analog to the nearby Marina Bay development, a comparison which was made during the previous city council meeting. I urge the council to bear this fact in mind as you make this decision tonight. The connotation that this site represents a limited threat on account of the state oversight is incorrect and should be considered for all intents and purposes as a Superfund site. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Okay, thank you, everyone. At this time, we will open it back up for council members to ask any questions of staff. So anybody have questions?
I have a quick
Councilmember Willis,
question.
go ahead.
Yeah, it didn't come up today, but after the vote last week, I was basically hit up again by the public about our local hire agreement, and it was stated that it's a kind of agreement that gives the best intentions to hire Richmond residents and not necessarily a binding agreement. Could staff or anybody who is familiar with the local hire agreement comment on it and let the public know how strong this local hire agreement actually is?
Carlos, are you?
Sure, I'll be happy to answer that. So the development agreement requires the city and the developer to enter into a first source hiring agreement. That agreement is set forth in the ordinance that the council adopted. It's basically the exact agreement that is required and attached to that ordinance. That ordinance provides good faith efforts to hire a certain percentage of Richmond residents on these projects, which is 25%. And there are means to show that the good faith efforts have been met. It's not just that the developer can say, oh, we tried. There are findings basically that have to be made through the agreement that establishes those efforts, but it is good faith in the end.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. Yeah, and I guess my final comments on this is there's nothing really in here that guarantees to me that this is something that's actually going to benefit the community overall. It will increase the housing supply, yes, but on top of a toxic site, and it will include jobs maybe for Richmond residents. At first I was concerned, but now my concern has just not even any excitement at all for this project whatsoever. And I wish we weren't even talking about it on this site. The only thing that is exciting is the community benefits agreement, but I'm not willing to say yes to that community benefits agreement when I'm really concerned about future generations when it comes to living, working, and being active on this site. Too many times where you hear of folks coming forward who've been negatively impacted by a project, either in history, at public comment, or talking one-on-one, a site that was built years ago and there's negative impacts. And I don't feel overly excited about signing on to another project that I feel is going to cause a huge impact to residents in the future further down the line. So I'm an absolute no on this, and I hope the rest of my colleagues will vote no as well.
Other questions?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
And we closed the public hearing?
It's not a public hearing, but we finished with speakers, so it's now a chance to ask questions.
Okay.
Did you have a question?
No, I don't have a question.
Okay.
I'm prepared to make a motion if
Well, let me see if any other council members have questions. I did have one call-in question from a constituent. They asked me to ask staff to confirm that this site is in fact being cleaned up to residential standards.
Yes, that's the case. The specific plan established ground floor residential and residential uses, and so the cleanup is consistent with the residential use.
Okay, any other questions? Well,
yeah, I had one question to planning director. Hunters Point and other Bay areas have also developed properties with a similar site concern. Do you have any knowledge of some of the other cities that in the same predicament that we're in, that have gone forward and provided development for projects of this nature?
I mean, I think we're all mostly familiar with Emeryville. You know, it's a very similar development that has a long industrial past that has been able to redevelop with multifamily housing as well as mixed use development, I think. But it is a trend throughout, obviously, California and throughout the nation where former industrial sites do get redeveloped for new purposes such as residential, open space, and mixed use.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, was Emeryville a Superfund site?
I don't know the specifics if they have Superfunds or have had in the past, but you know, I think some of the similar material that is known to exist on this site have been in other sites in Emeryville.
Right, and to the same quantity?
Mayor Butt, if I may, Lena, do you want to allow David Price to also answer?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
There are multiple sites throughout the Bay Area that are characterized as brownfield sites that have been redeveloped and continue to be redeveloped. San Francisco has quite a few of them, in fact. There are other jurisdictions as well. This is not unique to the city of Richmond. I'm not downplaying people's concerns, but it is not a unique scenario.
I don't think you heard the fact that it's more than a brownfield. It's a Superfund site. Qualifies.
I've also got my partner Marnie Sussman here, who's an environmental law specialist. The fact that something is labeled a Superfund site in and of itself does not create greater or lesser responsibility for dealing with cleanup of contaminated sites. Brownfield sites, council member, as you know, most likely is a term used for any environmentally impaired site. And I think Lena or Shasa was also referring to the fact, and it may have been council member Bates as well, as development, as areas subject of development in California have shrunk over time. And as the movement has grown to try and avoid greenfields development, it naturally pushes development for many reasons into areas that are quite often have a industrial or non-residential past and may in fact have some of these issues attended upon.
Okay.
Council member, if you don't mind for a moment, Marnie, are you still on that you might address what happens when a site is characterized as being a Superfund site?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Mayor, Council member Martinez, can you hear
yes.
Marnie?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, so Superfund is essentially an eligibility list. And so if a site meets certain characteristics, it's eligible for Superfund listing. And so the HSAA that Carlos spoke about earlier is the California equivalent of Superfund. So the fact that this site is eligible to be listed as a Superfund site, as David said, doesn't mean that it's not being addressed appropriately under the HSAA, or that it's somehow inherently more dangerous than another site that's listed only under California. And there is a specific site in Emeryville, the Sherwin-Williams site, which like this site is listed under the HSAA and is being redeveloped to residential uses.
Okay, so you're saying that it was a Superfund site?
I don't know if the Sherwin-Williams site was a Superfund site. As I said, the Superfund designation is only for a site that meets certain criteria. And so the HSAA is the California equivalent of those sites that would otherwise be listed under the federal Superfund statute. So it doesn't mean that a site is more dangerous or more hazardous just because it's called a Superfund site as opposed to being listed under the HSAA.
Well, if it's not more hazardous, why is there a distinction?
There isn't a distinction.
There isn't. So a brownfield is a Superfund site. A Superfund site is a brownfield. There's no differences between the two. That's what I'm hearing you say.
No.
Are you addressing me, Eduardo? I'm sorry, I didn't realize I had the mute off.
Oh, yes. I was addressing your comment.
Yeah, well, sorry to interrupt, but by no difference, I mean they're both not called Superfund. They're both called the California equivalent. So they're like each other, the Emeryville option or example, and what we're talking about tonight.
They're all brownfield sites. Brownfield refers, it's a term of art that's been coined for property that's environmentally impaired. It's a term that's not tied to any particular statute or regulatory scheme. It's just a term used to describe sites that aren't greenfield sites.
Okay, so it sounds like it's something that would be determined in courts because we're not going to do it here. Have you come to a project labor agreement with the carpenters?
Bill, do you mind responding to that, please?
We have not, but we're committed to having an agreement with them. We have not executed a LOI with them. We have with several of the other trades at this point.
Would you be willing to have an addendum or a change to the contract, a change to the agreement, including the carpenters?
Not at this time.
Okay, well, as a labor person myself, I would be fighting very hard for that, and I would hope that all the other unions would be doing the same thing, because as labor, we've got to stick together.
We will be working diligently with all the trades.
Well, okay, but not at this time.
Not prepared to change the agreement at hand.
Okay. Well, staff has allowed the developers to answer questions. May I ask Sherry a question?
Yeah, as long as yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
We want to get everything out, but on the other hand, we don't want to turn it into a free for all. So
yeah, okay,
sure.
Understood. I appreciate it. Thank you. Is Sherry Paget on?
Pam,
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm listed as Sierra Lavoie.
Okay. Yeah.
Granddaughter.
All right. Can you speak about the residential standard and whether or not that's adequate?
The DTSC has explained clearly to us over the last 15 years that there is a range of residential standards. And at the cleanest level and the most robust, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. At the cleanest level and the most robust, it would allow schools, hospitals, daycare, and elderly care to be built alongside residential, and that is the highest and cleanest and most long-term standard. From there, it starts to degrade or go downhill, and it's a gradient that is, you might call it on a line graph to the other end, which is the other extreme where we are with the Zeneca site, which is to cap it so that humans are not exposed to the contaminants left on site, either in their skin, through breathing, or through ingestion. So the objective is to be sure that all controls are in place for humans to not be exposed to any gases, any dust or dirt, or any water or ingesting of any of it. So what we have is an acknowledgement here of extreme site hazards of a 110-year-old chemical plant that manufactured all kinds of hazards and toxins and left them behind. And in order to put humans on top of it, there has to be this these extreme measures taken to what they call mitigate it, to bring the gases down to better than 1 in a million or 1 in 100,000, which they are now. I mean, meaning that they're more risky than that now, and to be sure that humans are not touching any of the soil in any way, and then build on top of it, including all of the geotechnical structures that are required to do that.
Okay, thank you. Just one more question. I don't want to take up all the time. Being an electrical contractor and working with unions, what is your opinion of the development agreement?
I think the development agreement has a lot of benefit to the local community if the employees are required to have HAZWOPER training if they're going to be exposed to any of the materials. But so far, I haven't seen that requirement in the agreement. I've seen it for the geotechnical exploration, but I have not seen the safety requirements, including HAZWOPER training for exposure to contaminants on site. So I would be concerned for union members that are not required to have that level of training.
Thank you.
Councilmember Choi, looks like you're up next.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. One question that's been, we've heard a lot of information, some of it not exactly from a lot of speakers, some of it is actually a little, some of it is a little conflicting with other pieces. So I think I'd love to get a better idea. One thing that I keep on remembering that I never got an answer to from the first reading was that Ms. Connolly started off saying that she took issue, I think her words were, she took issue with what was going to happen being called a partial remediation. And I don't feel like I got a good explanation of that. And I feel like it's probably a good key to a lot of things that people have brought up the last couple of nights on this issue. So if I could hear from Ms. Connolly about that, I think that would give me I would feel like I had a better sense of it.
Okay, go ahead, Juliana.
Is that okay? Okay, sure. So yes, those are terms that had been used a number of times in earlier public comments. indicating that the remedy that has been approved is a partial cleanup compared to the alternative remedy being a more complete cleanup. What's important to understand about the two remedies that are being compared here is that the primary difference is that there is more soil removal in the other alternative that people are referencing to. That is a distinction, and we've talked about some of the reasons why DTSC might weight the elimination of exposure to soil versus a larger soil removal, might weight those differently because there are different benefits and costs and impacts to the community in the short term. That's the difference with respect to the soil. With respect to other components of the remedy, of the two alternatives, the remedies are similar. So for example, I know there's concerns been raised about potential exposure to contaminants in indoor air. This is a real concern that needs to be addressed and needs to be addressed by any remedy that is implemented at the site. Both of the alternatives, the alternative that has been approved by DTSC and the other alternative that is sometimes referred to as a more complete remedy, rely on similar technologies, the same technologies to treat the VOCs that are present in groundwater. So with respect to that exposure pathway, the inhalation of indoor air, the technologies that will be used under the two alternatives is the same. The one is not the better than the other. So all of the alternatives, absent one, that were considered in the FSRAP, the feasibility study and remedial action plan that was prepared for the site, were prepared to achieve an endpoint that is safe for residential use. They all allow for that endpoint. They all rely on a combination of different remedial technologies, and the two that are often compared rely on similar technologies for treatment of groundwater with respect to the volatile organic compounds that have the potential to volatilize into indoor air. Does that help answer the question?
That helps, and kind of along this same technical path. One of the other things that have been brought up is basically the cap would be there for the metals and the issues like arsenic and that have been talked about. Some of what I would consider the old stuff from like 100 years ago. Could you kind of explain the efficacy of the cap versus other methods? Whether or not some of the fears that have been voiced about seismic events and seawater rise, if you could try to put that all together in a
Sure.
croissant.
I'll give it a shot. Yeah. So the cap, there are two different types of caps that are planned for this site. One type of cap, which is mostly in the lot 1 and 2 portions of the property for people that are familiar with those areas, is simply an exposure barrier. And what I mean by that is it does what you just said. It prevents people from contacting the underlying soil in a way that might result in, in an unacceptable exposure for them. It's just an exposure barrier. It prevents contact. The cap that's across the majority of the site does two things. It is both an exposure barrier, but also it's called a low permeability cap in the document. And what that means is that it's meant to reduce the infiltration of precipitation into the subsurface. And so that's doing something else. That's not just about preventing people from touching the soil that's underlying, but it's also preventing infiltration. So it's reducing potential continued impact to the underlying groundwater, if that makes sense. So the groundwater that underlies that cap has the ability to improve over time because the infiltration is reduced. That is on top of the fact that there will be direct source removal technologies implemented in the groundwater, but the combination of those technologies all serve to reduce concentrations in groundwater. So that does a couple of things. It reduces the concentrations that then have the potential to migrate towards the bay. And so that's good for lots of reasons, but including the potential, like if groundwater levels are to rise in response to sea level rise, then by reducing the concentrations in the groundwater, that should further reduce the potential for those contaminants to migrate. So the cap on the majority of the property in the Lot 3 area, absent the area where the soil excavation will be conducted, is accomplishing more than just the exposure barrier. It's also reducing the infiltration of precipitation.
And finally, I think
Yeah.
there have been a lot of concerns voiced about how tried and true these techniques are over time. I'd love to hear any insights you have to that concern.
Oh, sure. Yes. And one of the questions was right at the effectiveness of the cap over time, I think was something you had asked before. Yes. So using a cap or an exposure barrier is a very common technique for the types of contaminants that this cap was selected to address. So both the presence of contaminants in soil and also the presence of contaminants that have the potential to impact underlying groundwater. But part of when you use a remedy like this, part of what comes along with it is a requirement to monitor that cap. And what that means is visual observation, maintenance of the cap. So there is going to be an ongoing requirement that will be documented in deed restrictions that will run with the land, that will require the caps themselves, whether they be pavement or asphalt, whatever they are, to be monitored and to be documented. And if they deteriorate over time, just because they age, that repairs will be made. So that is part of when you're using a remedy like this, that is part of the deal, that it gets monitored continuously and the deed runs with the land and it is an ongoing obligation. So that's with respect to the cap. With respect to the remedies that are going to be implemented to address things like volatile organic compounds, either in soil or groundwater. So for the volatile organic compounds, the remedy that is planned in groundwater is bioremediation. That's likely what will be used. And then in the soil, there's a remedy called soil vapor extraction. These are now, they weren't 30 years ago, but they are now routine remedial technologies. They are used at many sites throughout the country. And the reason they're used is because they are very effective at source removal. They are more effective than remedial technologies that would have been available 30, 40 years ago. And so, but also it's important for folks to understand that the way these remedies work when they're approved by DTSC, Zeneca doesn't just get to say, oh, we're going to do this and we'll spend some time doing this. And then when we're done, we're done. That's not how it works. What they will first do is they will do pilot tests. So that's where they will implement the remedial technology in a focused area, specifically at the site, and see how it goes. And if it doesn't work quite right, they'll make adjustments. If it doesn't work at all, they will have to use there are contingencies worked into the approved remedy that they would have to implement. So it's not just that they say they're going to do something and then they do it and then they walk away. They must demonstrate that it worked by doing the follow-up monitoring to achieve the reduced concentrations in both groundwater and soil gas.
So lots of if-then clauses, basically.
Yes, yes. And there are many contingencies, like if it doesn't work, if what they say they plan to do to address the contamination or to achieve the cleanup goals that are required, they will have to do something else. They have to achieve the cleanup goals. They don't just have to do the technology, they have to achieve the cleanup goals.
Great, thank you. That's very helpful.
You're welcome.
Okay, other questions? We might be ready for a motion. Vice Chair Bates?
I got one last question,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. To shop off, I'd like to know what unions you have entered into an agreement. Was it Contra Costa Building and Trades? Just give a listing of the various unions that you have made an agreement with.
Councilmember Bates, we've entered into, I believe, 3 or 4 different trade agreements. I'd actually have to defer to one of my associates to make sure I get a proper list. Oh, actually, I've got electrical plumbers, sheet metal, pipe fitters, and I want to restate what I said. I apologize to Councilmember Martinez, but I don't believe that this is the right venue to go try to enter into a PLA. But we are committed to working with and entering into a PLA of, I can't tell you the scope of it because we need to sit down with them, but with the Carpenters Union 152, we will commit to have them do work on this project, as well as other local trades. And we are very committed to meeting or exceeding the 25% local hiring. That I understand there's not a mechanism to enforce that, but we're very committed to it. We're committing capital to train local workers, and we are both Hilco and Shophoff committed to our project long term. I know there are people who referred to us tonight as flippers, but the reality is that we are not flippers. We will own some of these assets for generations. We will sell some to home builders, but we will own some part of this project for longer than all of us are here. So I can tell you, we love the site. We are committed to it, and we're committed to building a safe and vibrant community.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, having heard that, I'm prepared to make a motion. We pass the second and final reading.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Bates, by Choi. I guess, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
No, but I would like to take the opportunity to use my 5 minutes to make a statement. And I'd like to make a statement explaining why I am voting no.
Well, go ahead. Can you do it in less than 5 minutes? Give us your best shot, okay?
Okay, I'll do that. So to begin with, there were a couple of financial reports. Both financial reports contradicted each other, and there hasn't really been a meeting of or a third one to actually explain why those two were different. The other thing is sea level rise. There is no barrier that can stop sea level rise from releasing toxins and changing the water flows, the water tables, because it will put pressure on the caps, and the studies have not been made for the sea level rise that is projected. Another thing is the engineering fill. There is no way to make it feasible for the type of construction without taking all the soil out and repacking it so that you have something firm to build on. Otherwise, you're just building on loose fill. And there's been a failure of attempts to neutralize the VCOs. As an example, I want to bring up the Marina Bay, which has been touted as a perfect example of how it works. Well, and this also includes the monitoring. Cal EPA DTS required to conduct a 5-year reviews of the encapsulated toxic dumps left at Marina Bay. Only one 5-year review has been completed and reported after construction was completed around 1988, 1990. So there's a lot of reports that haven't been done. Marina Bay's first 5-year review was planned in 2008. 3 reports behind, and we still haven't seen it. It still hasn't happened. Not only that, the 5-year review left off areas FF tennis courts. They left out areas on the beach, left out area FM, and there were 8 restricted areas that needed signage, and no signage was put up. So, knowing this, what kind of oversight can we expect on the Zeneca site? And the intrusion of sea level rise is salt water. And salt water is corrosive, and it's heavier than groundwater, so it will intrude, and there's no way to deal with it. There really hasn't been any talks about heavy metals. The Shelby slag actually had a geotechnical report. There hasn't been one done for this. The one that has been done was only a exploration. It wasn't a engineering one for engineering standards. And so there's ongoing problems of DTSC as evidenced in a community at Pasadena. I'm amazed that that wasn't brought up. So when I talked to DTSC, they made sure that I understood that there were two things that we're talking about. We're talking about the SFRAP that DTSC did, and we're talking about the environmental report that the city did. Our environmental report is based on obsolete studies. The health risk report that I got a copy of is obsolete and it was incomplete. So DTSC made sure that I understood that if there were any lawsuits, their hands are clean because they don't do land use management. That's our purview, and so everything falls on us. And so I believe that this is a bad deal, and it sets us up for legalities and possible lawsuits that the city will have to pay. So was that 5 minutes?
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you continue calling roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Myrick. Absent. Councilmember Willis.
No.
Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Council Members Martinez and Willis voting no, and Councilmember Myrick is absent. Next on the agenda is item L1.
Okay, yep.
Thank you, Mayor and fellow council members.
Item L1 is to adopt a resolution approving form of preliminary official statement in connection with the sale and delivery of refunding bonds, making other determinations, and authorizing related actions. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand now by pressing the raise hand button. If you're joining us by video, if you're joining us by phone, press the star and the 9 key.
Good morning. Good evening. This is Belinda Brown, Science Director. We're going to just go ahead and turn this over to John Palmer and let him give us an update, overview of this item. Or Susan, did you want to do it?
I'll defer to John.
Good evening, council members. My name is John Palmer. I'm an attorney with Orrick, Harrington, and Sutcliffe. We serve as bond counsel to the city. As you may remember, we approved a refunding of successor agency bonds on September 15th of this year to refund the 2004 loan agreement and 2010A bonds. The refunding reduces the amount of tax increment that's going to be used to pay successor agency debt, which results in more property taxes going to local taxing agencies, including the city. We estimate that the savings from this transaction will be about $240,000 per year to the city from 2021 through 2037. The reason that we had to approve back in September was because we need approval from both the Oversight Board and the Department of Finance, and we received approval from the State Department of Finance on December 3rd. The next step, which is before you, is to approve the offering document that we are going to use to market our refunding bonds to investors. Once this is approved, we can publish the offering document and begin to market the bonds. We anticipate closing this transaction in February, and we anticipate seeing the savings beginning in June of 2021. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Anybody have questions?
One question. What's the bond interest rate anticipation?
We don't know what interest rate we will get until we go to market.
And what are we paying now?
I don't have the current interest rate in front of me. If Joe Mortensen is around, she's your financial advisor, and she may have that information handy.
Well, the staff report says 13.8 million gross debt service savings and 6.1 million of net present value debt service savings.
That's right, which translates to about $240,000 per year in savings to the city's general fund.
Okay, any other questions? Is there a motion?
We have one speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, call the speaker.
The phone number ending in 0352, please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I wanted to speak because I didn't hear an agenda item number
We're
for
on
this item.
L1.
01. Just a plain 01?
L1 under resolutions.
Okay, all right. I don't wish to speak on this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion from a council member?
So moved.
Okay, motion from
Second.
Troy. Second from
Second by Johnson.
Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick is absent. Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Mayor Bates. Mayor Butt, sorry.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Myrick absent.
Okay. And the next item we were going to take up was was H10.
Yes, H10.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Item H10 is to authorize the port to enter into a 26-year lease with 4 options to extend for 10 years with T3 Partners for restoration and use of property at Terminal 3 with minimum estimated annual revenue to the Port of Richmond in an amount of $440,000 and with additional possible revenue to the port from future revenue sharing. And anyone wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button. If you're joining us by phone, press the star and the number 9 key.
Okay. You want to do a quick staff report, Jim?
Yes.
Just a quick summary.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I'm joined today by our legal team, our outside counsel, Thomas Morell, and city attorneys, Carlos Pravad and James Atencio, in case we have any legal issues to cover. The port has closely followed previous city council direction on this matter, which led to a distribution of an RFP back in August. We posted the RFP on our bids online, the City of Richmond's bids online, which is available to anyone in the business and residential community to see. We followed all normal City of Richmond RFP procedures. We only received one single response to the RFP from Terminal 3 Partners. Their proposal was extremely responsive to the issues raised in the RFP. Lease negotiations have been ongoing for the last many weeks with Terminal 3 Partners. As part of those negotiations, we hired a financial consultant who assisted us to look at the merits of the project economics during the negotiations and led to the final outcome of the lease. The lease also, as I mentioned earlier, fully captures the content of Terminal 3 Partners' responsive proposal. The basic terms are the lease is a 26-year lease with 4 10-year extensions. The Terminal 3 Partners is going to conduct approximately $10 million of facility improvements in the initial 24 months of the lease term. There is a 90-day due diligence period commencing at the lease approval. Environmental studies and property evaluation will be conducted by the new tenant at their cost. If areas of significant concern are discovered, Terminal 3 Partners can opt out and cancel the lease within that 93-day period. We don't anticipate that, but we don't know until the studies are done. Port revenue is set at the current revenue base that we generate there, which is $440,000 per year, which we will collect as a minimum guaranteed revenue during the first 2 years of the lease while they're doing their terminal improvements. There'll be an annual CPI increase in that first 2 years in a range of 2 to 4%, and additionally throughout the entire lease. There will be revenue sharing after the construction portion is completed. The port will get 7.5% of the gross revenues, but first we'll receive our guaranteed revenue, the $440,000 plus the cost of living adjustments. And then the next income that they generate will go out to their debt payment for their improvements of the site. And then we share in the revenues above that. So our income will range between $500,000 and a significantly upside of that over the term of the agreement. Terminal 3 Partners is going to be fully responsible for facility maintenance throughout the agreement, including infrastructure maintenance and berth dredging. There is zero port financial participation required in the lease. The current port tenants at Terminal 3, South Brothers and Sprint Nextel, will retain all their rights under their respective lease agreements in this new master lease. So a major benefit of this lease to the port and the city, in addition to the financial ones, are the restoration of the property from its current degraded condition into an economic asset for the Richmond community. The highlights of the improvements are going to be done by the new tenant include use or disposal of the soil stockpile that's in the warehouse building on Terminal 3, restoration of Homeland Security status with the U.S. Coast Guard, repaving the entire site, rehabilitation of the wharf, removal of the existing high mast lights, the old stadium lights that have been there since 1979, restoration of all the electrical infrastructure at the site, and site security, including fencing and camera systems, as well as some other things. This deal is being backed by one of the owners of Terminal 3 Partners through a personal guarantee that will be demonstrated through their financial wherewithal as part of the deal. So just concluding with mentioning that the consequence of not approving the lease is it will continue to have an environmentally damaged site, neglected and crumbling infrastructure, no guaranteed revenue. We'll have revenue, but none of it will be guaranteed like it'll be under this agreement. And if we were to want to try to do the same kind of project as Terminal 3 Partners, we would have to raise $10 million in capital and do it on spec. We would also we've also had ongoing problems with vandalism and security problems at the site that will go away or become their responsibility. So I urge your support for the lease. It will pay long-term dividends for the port and the city. End of my report.
Thank you. Questions from council members? Vice Mayor Bates.
I'd like for the port director to speak to a couple of issues. I had made contact with some developers because I thought the site adjacent to the ferry system would be an excellent opportunity for housing, condos, and etc. But I'm told by the port director and you may want to speak to that, that this site is very limited in terms of what we can do because of BCDC and et cetera. So the housing aspect, I'm told that is completely non-negotiable and cannot be pursued because of the BCDC. Could you elaborate on that, Mr. Director?
Yeah, you're basically right, Vice Mayor. The BCDC Seaport Plan protects that site along with all deep water maintained sites in the San Francisco Bay for port priority use. There is a lot of money spent for dredging and maintenance of the shipping channels, et cetera. And there's a limited amount of deep water space for commerce to take place in the Bay. So yes, it would be difficult to change it from that designation. It also is zoned for port use by the city of Richmond. So you're right, you're correct.
You had another question, Vice Mayor?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Other questions from council members?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilmember Willis.
A question that has come up to me is what was the process that we used to get this contract? So could you elaborate on that to the best of your ability?
Sure. As I mentioned earlier, we distributed an RFP back in August. It went on the city's bids online system and was sent out to some of the port and economic development community. And we only received one response. And that's the one that then we conferred with the city council. You asked us to go into negotiations and to attempt to come out with the outcome that we in fact are presenting to you tonight in terms of the structure of this deal. That's why we're presenting it to you as we are, and that was essentially the process.
Thank you.
Other question? I don't see any hands up. I would entertain a motion.
We have one speaker.
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting speakers. Thank you for reminding me. So call the public speaker.
Okay, the speaker is Jim Hansen. Jim, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. To clarify, and I still stick to this item needs to be held over and returned. There's missing items from the public on the attachment. And the reason is, part of this is that there's a real shadow over this. The closed sessions began back in June with Terminal 3, and I think that the public needs to know that this includes Mr. Bobby Winston and Mr. Eddie Orton. And Mr. Winston is in the process of having almost sole control of all our shoreline public properties. There's a process that began back when the Point Bellotti Advisory Commission was allowed to exist and no longer exists. And that's, I think, part of the reason. We question what was going on with the assignment of properties and no bid arrangements to Mr. Winston. And I think in all disclosure, Mr. Butt needs to disclose, because it was talked about at the time, that Mr. Winston is or has been a major fundraiser for Mr. Butt. Secondly, Mr. Orton, who was now part of the Point Bellotti project, that actually was approaching council members with information during this settlement agreement on Point Bellotti that was being done in closed session. That somebody could financially benefit from this. So there's some real questions, and thank you, Councilmember Willis. So what needs to happen is that the public needs to be given the information on the process. It's very concerning that there was only one person who applied that happens to be Terminal 3 that the city was already apparently in discussions with for this major property. This is only $36,000 a month, and the city ends up paying for the 10 million because that is deducted from the
Your time has expired. Thank you, Jim. There are no more speakers.
Oh, you have another speaker?
No more.
No.
That was the last speaker?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any further questions from council members?
I have some questions of.
Okay, go ahead.
Director. I was, I'm not sure how clearly it was said, but we did ask a economist to look into the value of the port property, and he gave us several suggestions as to what we should ask for, what we should look out for, and I was wondering which one of those were made in the contract that we have now compared to what was offered us at the beginning.
All of the financial arrangements that are in this lease were done in cooperation with the advice of the outside financial consultant, land use and port and economic development consultant. So the structure of the lease directly reflects his input, his analysis of this deal as it compares to other land use deals in the Bay Area, other port deals. And so it has his signature all over it, along with ours and our team.
Okay, and I would like to express my, I don't know what the word is, my qualms about having one developer take up so much of city property. You know, Eddie Wharton got the Craneway for cheap. He did a great job with it, but it was a big cost to the city. He got the chance to do the Wine Haven, and now he's doing Terminal 3. And Bobby Winston started out through serendipity, getting use of city property without any contract, and so he used that foot in the door without any RFP to get his hands on the use of more city properties, and I wonder about how Richmond is doing RFPs and reaching out. You know, it seems like we're staying close to home and picking people that are, you know, will become the owners of Richmond. I know that Eddie Wharton is having difficulties with the Kaiser building in Oakland. He was prepared to rehabilitate it, and then he started changing it, and so anyway, I'm basically on the fence. I don't, you know, I see the importance of getting this done, but at the same time, I'm reluctant to do something with such a short RFP time. I mean, you know, generally, I guess that leads to another question. Generally, how long are RFPs out there before the city jumps on them?
Perhaps someone else can answer that. I don't know how long RFPs, I'm not familiar with citywide RFPs. Does anyone else, one of the attorneys, know the answer to that? Or, I mean, it can be anywhere. I know, generally speaking, it could be anywhere from a couple of weeks to several weeks, typically. But I don't know exactly what the shortest and longest periods are.
Well, I know the longest are are into the years because when we went to China, Bill Lindsay gave me several RFPs to take with me to look for possible developers.
I can say that the city has a bids online system. Everybody in the development community that's interested in doing business in Richmond is aware of that. And they have the ability to keep their eye. In fact, they have the ability to be pinged when there's a new RFP that's in the system. And so, you know, the information is out there to those that are interested in doing business in Richmond. So we haven't kept this from anybody. Anyone who would be interested in doing something here could and potentially would have responded to the RFP, but they did not. So in the meantime, we have to look at the two options: to keep things as they are, which is, you know, to have environmental issues that aren't going to be cleaned up, to have infrastructure that's continuing to crumble, to have a minimum amount of revenue that's not guaranteed, to not having the facility upgraded, to all of the benefits that I mentioned we'll have through this deal. So that's what you really need to contemplate.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Bates.
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion to proceed. Let me just indicate why. This site has been unoccupied with minimum degree of revenue for almost 20 plus years of any significant revenue. It needs to be cleaned up, and we need to move forward because there's just a limited type of development that can go there. And I know, and I hear you in terms of Mr. Orton and his association with the city. But if you have something that you're selling and one person happens to be the interested in buying it continuously and you're making a profit from it, what's so significant about who is purchasing it? If you got a home and you want to sell 2 or 3 and the one person come in and give you the money that you want, what's so significant about it? So I'm ready to move forward. We need the revenue. We need the place cleaned up. And I think in the long run, it's going to be beneficial to the city. So I'll make a motion that we proceed with the execution of the contract.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Choi, and I'm going to provide a little information that, you know, I hope people find helpful. I understand people's concern that a relatively small number of people keep coming back to invest in Richmond, and I look at that as a benefit, not something to be concerned with. You know, the Ford plant, we actually were under contract to 2 people before Eddie Orton came in. Both of those were unable to perform, and the city had to take the project back. And so on the 3rd try, Eddie Orton came in and spent, I don't know, 40 million, 50 million at least of his own money to rehabilitate that project. And you know, it's been a showcase for Richmond ever since. And I think because he had a successful experience in Richmond, he's continued to be interested in it. You know, and this particular piece of property we're talking about is near the Ford building. You know, the tenant the city had there before was that log operation, and they came in and they made a lot of noise and really trashed the site. And I know Orton was concerned about that because affected his ability to run his property. And I think, you know, he's a person who looks forward to
Is there anyone that would like to
background
speak
noise
on
here.
this item? Please raise your hand now by pressing the
Somebody-
City Clerk, I think you're unmuted.
Okay, thank you. You know, and then looking at Point Melati again, Bobby Winston saw an opportunity to make a modest amount of money for the city of Richmond to rent out those buildings for uses that did not require electricity or plumbing. And you know, I think legitimately some people raise questions about it. You know, they ask why, you know, why is he the only one? Why can't other people do this? And so the city council asked staff to put everything on hold and to actually develop a process where anybody could make a proposal to lease something at Point Melati. And my recollection is that since then, nobody's ever done it. I mean, Point Melati is open to anybody, anytime, to make a proposal to utilize any of those unused buildings. And nobody's ever done it. Meanwhile, every month the city gets, you know, something like $10,000 or something from Winston for what he's doing. And, you know, on a year's basis, it's over $100,000, and that goes to help maintain the place. You know, they use that to mow the weeds and pay for security and things like that. And then you look at Terminal 4. That's a short term lease. I think the term on it's 5 years or something. Jim, is that about right?
Yes.
You know, Terminal 4 is a short term thing. And I got to tell you, any of you that have any qualms about it, you need to go out there and look and see what he's done. That place used to be a junkyard. Absolute. It was an embarrassment to the city of Richmond, and he's totally cleaned it up. He's brought in some new tenants. They've created some good jobs. There's people out there who refurbish RVs and do things like that. So, you know, don't look at people who want to come to Richmond and turn unused assets into assets. Don't look them out don't look at them as a problem, and people who are trying to exploit this city. Look at them as people who have had good experiences here and want to continue doing something for the city. So that's my pitch. So we did have a motion and a second, and so I guess it's time, unless somebody else has something, it's time for a roll call vote.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Bates and a second by Councilmember Choi to approve the item. Vice Mayor Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Choi?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez? Councilmember Martinez, how are you voting?
A reluctant yes.
Councilmember Myrick?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yeah.
And Mayor Butt?
Sorry, yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
We are now moving to item J1. Anyone that would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand now. If you're joining us by video, press the raised hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you're joining us by phone, press the star and then the number 9 key. After I read the item into the record, your opportunity to sign up to speak will be closed. So item J1 under budget session is to receive updates on the results of the California State Auditor's Fiscal Health Assessment, the fiscal year 2020 through 2021 budget, overtime report, the fiscal sustainability plan, and financial policies. And
Good
now
evening.
we have 3 speakers for this item.
Good evening. This is Antonio Banuelos, Accounting Manager. Can you hear me and can you see the screen?
Can you speak up a little bit, Antonio?
Can you hear me now? And can you hear the screen?
That's better. Thank you.
Okay. So good evening, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Bates, council members. Antonio Banuelos, Accounting Manager of the Finance Department. I'll present the first half of this presentation, and the Finance Director, Belinda Brown, will do the second half. Tonight, we will provide a few financial updates, including, as stated in the recommended action, we'll provide updates on the results of the California State Auditor's Fiscal Health Assessment, the current budget for fiscal year 2021, overtime expenditures, the fiscal sustainability plan, and financial policies. So first of all, we always use this slide. These are our budget goals. And, oops, I'm sorry. And as always, the goal is to propose a structurally balanced budget where revenues are at least equal to expenses. Another goal is to preserve the current level of services as much as the city can. Nowadays, we also have to consider the impacts of COVID-19. The shelter at home restrictions affect both revenues and expenses for the city. In normal times, it's usually quite a task to provide an accurate forecast. So this extra complexity makes the job just a little bit harder. And tied to trying to preserve current service level is the goal of minimizing staff reductions. Another goal is trying to increase the cash reserves to the 15% policy level. Although the city has been able to increase the reserve level, we are still a little bit away from the actual policy amount of 15%. We're probably closer to 13%. Okay, so last month, the state of California published their updated local government high risk dashboard. This dashboard lists cities as number one as the worst to number 470 as the best. So the closer you are to number one, the worse you're off. The closer you are to 470, the better you're off. Basically, the smaller number, the worse the city is, per this state analysis. With their analysis in fiscal year 16-17, Richmond ranked number 12. 2 years later, with data through June 30, 2019, data as of a year and a half ago, the city is now listed at number 5 in the state. So per the state, of the 470 cities that they analyzed, Richmond is in the top 5 of cities most at risk. Go a little more detail on that. So these are the rankings for the city of Richmond. Green is a low risk. Yellow is moderate risk, and red is high risk. The state looked at the financial data of all these cities and tried to answer several questions that paint a picture of how fiscally healthy is each municipality. The state additionally gave each section a particular score. A total score of 100 was perfect. The most important category scoring-wise is the general fund reserves with 30 points out of 100 total. All of the categories maxed out at either 15 points, 10 points, or 5 points. Specifically for financial reserves, the state wants to know if the city has sufficient financial reserves to cover unexpected costs, or does it have shortfalls in revenue? We anticipate ending fiscal year 19-20 with $20.7 million in general fund reserves. That's a little bit higher than before, but this is still 13%. The bare minimum goal is 15%, or close to $25 million to change Richmond from high risk in this one category to moderate risk. And just to touch on the other categories, for debt burden, the state is looking, how is the city's level of debt compared to its income? For cash position and liquidity, the state wants to know, is the city able to pay its bills in the coming fiscal years? For revenue trends, is the city's revenue going down over time or not growing at the same pace as expenses? For retirement obligations, does the city have the ability to pay for retirement benefit it promised its employees? For most areas of concern, the city of Richmond has much room to improve to get to the moderate rating, and it will take some time, but we'll continue analyzing this. For the budget update, currently the budget deficit stands at $5.5 million. The adopted budget included a $3 million placeholder for accommodations. The deficit has been reduced by $500,000 with the Richmond Police Officers Association foregoing a 1% cost of living adjustment. The deficit also increased by $2 million due to unfunded liability portion of CalPERS being under budget with the removal of various vacancies. Additionally, the deficit increased by another $1 million with a subsidy needed for the housing authority. This past November, Richmond voters approved Measure U, which changes the calculation for business license tax from number of employees to a percentage of gross receipts generated in Richmond by Richmond businesses. This change technically goes into effect July 1st, 2021, but most businesses will not pay the new tax until January 1, 2022. Staff has begun meeting with stakeholders and will continue to meeting with to deal with issues such as definitions of the ordinance, interpretation of the ordinance, and any issue that may arise. After this, I'll hand it off to the rest of the presentation, the Finance Director, Belinda Brown.
Thanks, Antonio. Looking at the October overtime report, we see that the city had expended about 60% of its budget. And at this present time, we should be at about 33%. If we move on to the next report, is the November report. We should be at 42%, and we're currently have expended 72% of our budget. As you can see, the city clerk's office has fully expended and they're over budget by $741 as of the end of November. The finance department is sitting at 86%. The HR department didn't start off with a budget and they're at 100%. They've expended $228. Police non-sworn is at 69%. And that's mainly due to the shortage in dispatchers that we have. And then we have police sworn is sitting at 60%. And a lot of that is mainly due to injuries in people on light duty, COVID, and vacation over backfill overtime as well. For fire, they are actually sitting at 93% right now. The majority of their overtime goes to injury leave. I think that's at about 30% of their overtime. The vacation coverage is about 27%. And then the strike team is about 15%. In that other corner that you see is showing a bracket of $189,000 for pending reimbursements. That is for their strike team and being reimbursed by the state. So they are currently expecting of this overtime budget they have expended so far, an offset of $189,000. And that amount is, that's what they've projected so far, but there's more money to be determined for that area. So, and then we show the library still at about 50%. Next slide, Antonio. Next, we have the slide about fiscal sustainability plan. The City Council adopted or approved a contract for us to work with management partners to help us develop a fiscal sustainability plan. With this plan, they're going to take our 5-year forecast and analyze that and taking into consideration some of the items that we have been delaying or deferring, which includes items such as vehicle and equipment replacement, infrastructure needs and facility needs, as well as our unfunded OPEB liabilities. And that's just a few things they're going to look at. They're going to also evaluate our service priorities and the level of service that we're providing for certain areas. They're going to give us some budget strategies to help us address our immediate and structural fiscal challenges. So that would include items such as one-time versus structural. So there are some one-time things that we've done in the budget, but that means it's only for a short time. It's only for a current year. And whatever those items are, they will come right back in the following year. So that's not structurally balanced. So they will work on items like that. The city would also like to move toward a biannual budget. We currently do an annual budget, and the city would like to move to a 2-year budget. In order to do that, we need to have some clear goals and objectives and priorities. That will help us to get on track and stay on track toward the path of a fiscal sustainability budget. They'll do some scenario analysis for decision making, give you several different, basically what if options and what that would look like and what that would do to the budget. And then finally, they will definitely give us some clear recommendations for the city to take. Some of them will be more easier than others to adopt, but we will have to go down that path if we want to have a fiscally sustainable budget. Next, we're going to go over some of the city's financial policies. Our first policy is the cash reserve policy. This helps the city in planning for contingencies and unexpected events. And it makes sure that and ensures that we have enough cash available to stabilize our cash flow. So for instance, on day one, July 1, we don't have, our budget is about $168 million. We don't have that amount of money sitting in the bank on July 1. So in order to continue to pay our payroll costs, pay our vendors for the services that we've incurred or products that we've purchased, to pay our debt service payments, to float grants because we're expending money for grant items that are being reimbursed mainly on a quarterly basis, you have to have some cash flow. And a lot of that is coming from your cash reserves. Also, the city's reserve policy states that we would have 15%, we should be at 15%. We're currently, as Antonio spoke earlier, the way we ended last year, we expect it to end at about $20.7 million, and that's about 13%. The state auditor's report, their recommendation is that at the bare minimum, you have 2 months of reserves. That equals to about 17%. And if you're dealing with your personal finances and you have your own personal financial advisor, they will tell you and recommend that you have 3 to 6 months reserve, 3 being the bare minimum. The grants management policy. This establishes the framework and general guidelines for seeking and managing grants. So when applying and accepting or committing to any grant, we have to look at the feasibility and responsibility of the grant deliverables. So the project manager needs to ensure that they are committed to delivering and committed to fulfilling all of the grant requirements. On the debt policy, it sets forth the parameters for issuing our debt and managing the debt portfolio. That also includes our post-compliance requirements. So even after we enter into some debt obligations, we still have some monitoring and compliance items that are due on an annual basis. Our current policy states that the general fund portion of the debt is not to exceed 10% of the annual general fund reserves. Currently, we are at less than 3%. The swap policy, it goes beyond the traditional fixed rate long-term bond coverage that's included or covered by the debt policy. A swap is a synthetic fixed. So it's when you have an adjustable rate and you want to make you want to reduce the fluctuations that you have. So an adjustable rate, that goes with the market. The amount that you pay can go up or it can go down based on the market. So with a swap, it acts like a fixed rate and it allows the city to smooth out the fluctuations and to be able to budget basically a flat dollar amount in every year. The investment policy provides the city to invest in our public funds in a manner in which would provide the highest investment return and security. The 3 main things that you look for with investing our funds is safety, liquidity, and yield. So safety means less risky investments. Liquidity means having access to your cash, being able to pull your money out if you need it, and yield would be the rate in which you're earning your investments on. Other post-employment benefits, which is the OPEB policy. We have an actuarial that reviews this on a biannual basis. There are several different components to pull in order to develop this plan, and which also helps us to know what the employer contributions are for the next 2 years, since it's a biennial plan. The purchasing policy. This ensures the city has compliance with applicable laws relating to the expenditures of our public funds, or how we spend our funds. Allowance for doubtful accounts policy. This policy allows us to reflect the true amount of our accounts receivable. So an accounts receivable is kind of like an IOU. It is when it's not liquid, it's not cash. This is a promise or an expectant that we expect to receive a certain dollar amount. So what we have to do is we review this information on an annual basis to see what amount we actually believe that we will actually receive. And if we feel like our amounts are too high, based on our determination, we'll come back to council and ask to write some of that off. What the city does do is, even once it's written off, we still turn those collections over to an actual collection company to still try to collect those funds. And that's after the city itself tries to do it before we write the money off, before we write off that receivable, sorry. Okay, the sanctuary city contracting and investment policy. The purpose of this is, as a sanctuary city, the city is committed to protecting all of its residents of our community. This policy prevents contractors from providing information to Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, without the city's knowledge. There are forms that we have added to our contract, and forms that department heads have to sign off on an annual basis. And the report goes to council every March with an update. We are not allowed to enter into a contract unless the city council makes a specific determination that no reasonable alternative exists. And currently, I believe there are 2 exceptions. Next steps. On the January 26th council meeting, we will be coming back with a more in-depth analysis and giving you and presenting the mid-year budget review. We'll also give an update on the overtime report for the month of December and an update on the progress of our fiscal sustainability plan. That concludes our presentation, and we're available for questions.
Okay, anybody have questions? I don't see any hands up.
Well, I hate to be the only one asking questions. I really wish other people would step up to the plate. But can you turn to slide 10? Yeah, this overtime report. This is I guess more of a statement than a question. Can I make statements now, or am I just relegated to questions?
What's the question?
I'm asking, am I relegated only to questions, or can I make statements at this point?
No, you can make statements.
Okay. Looking at this, you see how some people have used 107%, 86%. And when you look at the adopted budget and the actual expenditures, it's really not that much. When you look at the numbers, you can see that police and fire are the workers that take the majority of our workforce budget, and And so I just wanted to point this out because people are constantly asking for more fire. People are constantly asking for more police. But if we're going to have more fire and more police, we need more money. And that's where we fall short because people aren't as willing to invest in the police and in the fire that's necessary to police a city as large as Richmond. When I say a city as large as Richmond, I mean a city that has 3 times the land area as Berkeley, although we have the same amount of population, which means that we need more people on the streets. But it's not only police and fire; it's also maintenance and street repairs. So I guess it's page 17. Can you turn to page 17? The investment policy. You mentioned safety, liquidity, and yield being necessary. I noticed in the state report what we were moderate in, what we rated highest in was liquidity. But if we invest 100% of all of our idle funds, won't that take liquidity away from us, and won't that give us a worse rating than we had in the Department of Liquidity?
No, it would not. Those funds would still reside with the city, and it's just it would just be showing the amount that we're earning in interest. But no, it would not affect that.
So what sort of so that means you would be putting them into investments that could be withdrawn.
That's correct.
Okay, so currently we're not. Currently, what percentage of our idle funds are being invested?
We had went to council, I believe, about a month ago for a broker-dealer list, which we have, and we're working with them now trying to invest some of our idle funds. So we don't actually have any of those invested outside of LAIF or our Cal Trust.
Okay, so well then I guess the other question is how much of our funds are invested?
So we invest right now. All of our idle funds are invested between LAIF and Cal Trust. We keep just a little bit of cash on hand to cover our weekly expenditures that we need based on our cash flow needs.
Okay, and on page 19 there was something about procedures. I know that the city we've had continual problems of getting requests to pay for expenses after the fact. So can you tell me what sorts of changes you plan on making so that that no longer happens?
So we do meet with departments, and we do have not monthly, we do have annual updates or refresher trainings for departments and for requisitioners regarding the process and the policy.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is that we will no longer be getting requests to fund things after the fact.
What I'm saying is we're doing our part to make sure we are educating and reminding the individuals and trying to work closely with them so that it doesn't happen or that is minimized. The amount of times that it happens should be very minimal.
And I would just like to add that I'm trying to support the finance director in her efforts. We cannot guarantee that you won't ever see these, but it has been something that I think hasn't had much focus in the past couple of years, and it's getting more focus and attention now.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. Can the finance staff address what items, if any, that were cut from the 2021 budget that's been funded subsequently through budget amendments? Has there been anything?
I'm sorry, is your question, is it something that's been reduced from the budget, has been added back to the budget? Is that your question?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'm sure there are. I don't have a list for you right now. I can work on getting a list for you.
Okay, I'd like to see that. And back, I guess it was April, how did you come to forecast a more than $27 million general fund deficit? You know, this is something that's continually bothered me, which is the shifting of the city debt, or rather, the structural imbalance. So, can you explain how you came up with the $27 million general fund deficit?
You mean for the new budget year?
Yeah.
Going through the budget. So I would have to pull that. I would have to pull our old reports, our original reports, to see all the numbers that were included, the amounts.
Well, while you're doing that, maybe someone else can address the COVID pandemic and how that's impacted city finances.
So for last year, we were impacted by about $7 million in reduction in revenues, mainly sales tax and hotel tax. This year, we projected $10 million. However, when we come back in January and do the mid-year report, we'll have a more in-depth analysis and be able to better address your question.
Okay. Yeah, and my apologies for being a bit foggy on this. Finances is not my my forte. I don't understand it as well as you do. So forgive me if some of these questions are a bit foggy. I'll let someone else ask questions while I figure out what it is I'm trying to ask.
Any questions from other council members? This is not an action item, it's an information item, so I'm not looking for a motion or anything.
Okay.
Got anything else, Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, I have a lot more questions, but I don't want to belabor it, and it seems like staff might not have the documents that are necessary to answer the questions. So I'll meet with you offline, and we can we can work out.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, so
Okay, great. All right, unless somebody else has something, I think we'll move on to the next item.
We have two speakers for this item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And we have one comment that was received in support of the item. Jeswara.
Okay, first speaker, please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Luis Padilla, President, Richmond Firefighter District 188. Thank you, Linda and Antonio, for your budget presentation. I'm not sure if it's been taken into account, but I think it's really important to mention that we have received over $200,000 in reimbursement from the state for the strike teams that were sent out during the wildfires. But it's even more important to mention that we are in a pandemic. Your firefighters on the front line in a county that has a high number of cases. We've had exposures. We've had as many as 9 firefighters off at one time due to COVID exposures. We have CARES money that's helped the city out or is going to help the city out. Just wanted to bring these things up, bring it to the attention of everyone, because for some reason it just seems really popular right now to vilify the fire department. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mike Parker. Mike, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. I note on the chart, I think it was on page 6, of the state ratings, that in every category except one, the lowest ranking is number 15. So that what brings us down to a number 5 overall is the one category, which is pension obligations. So my 2 questions are, first of all, what's the difference in that chart between pension obligations and pension funding? I don't know why those are separate items or what those mean. And then, given the fact that we're number 1 on pension obligations, does the staff have any proposals about what to do about it? That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Deborah Bayer. Deborah, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Deborah?
I'm sorry, I didn't intend to raise my hand for this item. So excuse
Okay, it's okay. Thank you. And that was it for public speakers.
Okay, I think unless somebody has additional questions, let's move on to the next item.
The next item is item K1 under public hearing. If you'd like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. If you're joining us by video, press the raised hand button on your screen at the bottom of your screen. If you're joining us by phone, press the star and then the 9 key. After I read the item into the record, your opportunity to speak will be closed. Item K1, pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution adopting an initial study, mitigated negative declaration, adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approving a general plan amendment, vesting tentative map and design review permit for the Richmond Country Club residential project, and introduce an ordinance amending the zoning map to rezone the Richmond Country Club residential project site from PR, Parks and Recreation, to OS, Open Space, and RL2, Single Family Low Density Residential District. Looks like we have one speaker for this item.
Okay, do we have a staff report?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Butt, council members. Emily Carroll from our planning staff will be doing the presentation.
Thank you. Let's pull up the PowerPoint. Good evening, Mayor Butt and fellow council members. The next item before you this evening is the Richmond Country Club residential project. The recommended action this evening is to adopt a resolution adopting an initial study and mitigated negative declaration, or ISM&D, adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, or MMRP, and approving a general plan amendment, vesting tentative map and design review permit for the Richmond Country Club residential project, with an additional condition that I'll discuss later in this presentation. Additionally, staff recommends the council introduce an ordinance amending the zoning map to rezone the Richmond Country Club residential project site from PR, Parks and Recreation, to OS, Open Space, and RL2, Single Family Low Density Residential District. The applicant, MLC Holdings, proposes developing the 25.5 acre site with 94 detached single-family dwelling units and related subdivision improvements. The project applications include a general plan amendment, a rezoning request, a vesting tentative subdivision map, and a design review permit. The project site is shown in the dotted red lines on the aerial here. And as you can see, the project site consists of a portion of the existing Richmond Country Club. It's one of their practice areas. stands of mature eucalyptus trees. And the project site is bounded to the east by the Richmond Country Club and to the west by a branch of the AT and SF railway line, Giant Highway, and then further to the west by the Parkchester Village neighborhood, Point Pinole Regional Shoreline, and the San Pablo Bay. The project includes the construction of a 48-foot wide street with 5-foot sidewalks on either side and landscaped areas. Additionally, there is a community space on the site with a community garden and a small park. There's a heavily landscaped bioretention basin, as well as extensive landscaping throughout the site with native and drought-tolerant shrub and tree species. There are 3 design types, and the project will include a mix of 1- and 2-story homes. The 3 design types are shown here: the Santa Barbara style, farmhouse style, and coastal style. And I'll note that the colors for the project are being updated in conjunction with a condition of approval from the Design Review Board. The project includes a general plan amendment. The current general plan land use classification is PR, Parks and Recreation, and the project proposes amending the general plan land use classification to low density residential for the 16 acres that will be the developed portion of the site, and open space for the community areas, which is 9.5 acres of the site. Additionally, map 10.1 in the Parks and Recreation element of the general plan will be modified to reflect these changes. The project is consistent with the general plan, with a number of the general plan goals and policies that are further outlined in the staff report and resolution, but I'll highlight a few here. First, the project reuses an underutilized vacant site for housing production. Additionally, the project provides pedestrian connection to the San Francisco Bay Trail and the Point Pinole Regional Shoreline for the new project residents and the residents of the surrounding neighborhoods. And the project would meet future housing needs within the city and region in an area already served by facilities, transportation systems, and utilities. The applicant also proposes to rezone the site consistent with the general plan. So 16 acres of the project site would be rezoned to RL2, a single family low density residential zoning district, and the remaining portion would be rezoned to OS, open space. The RL2 designation is consistent with surrounding neighborhood development patterns and conforms with the zoning ordinance section that governs the RL2 and OS districts. Additionally, a tentative subdivision map is required, and the vesting tentative map has been reviewed for compliance with the subdivision ordinance and the government code sections governing subdivisions. Additionally, the subdivision map was reviewed by the city's technical review committee and routed to utility companies and outside agencies for comments and conditions. The project has been reviewed by the Design Review Board and the Planning Commission. The Design Review Board saw the project initially in a study session and subcommittee meetings where they worked with the applicant to refine the design. And on November 18th, 2020, the Design Review Board held a public hearing where the board members unanimously recommended approval of the design with some additional conditions that have been incorporated into the resolution. The Planning Commission reviewed the project on December 3rd, 2020, and the commissioners unanimously recommended approval of Planning Commission Resolution 2028, recommending the adoption of the ISMND and MMRP General Plan Amendment, Rezone, and Design Review Permit with additional conditions of approval that have been incorporated into the resolution and conditions of approval that are before you this evening. The city prepared an MND, an initial study for the project. The comment period began on August 10th and closed on September 21st, 2020. And during that period, 2 comment letters were received from the from East Bay Mud and from the Vector Control District. Responses to comments were prepared and circulated for those comment letters. Mitigation measures are required for the project to reduce any potentially significant impacts to a less than significant level for the following areas. And staff will note that many of the identified project impacts are temporary and related to the construction period of project development. The applicants will provide a number of offsite improvements. One is public art. The applicant worked with the Public Art Commission and the Parchester Village Neighborhood Council to create a design for the installation of murals on 80 panels of wall adjacent to Giant Highway. So that's the sound wall that abuts the Parchester Village Neighborhood Council, or excuse me, neighborhood. Additionally, the applicant will provide offsite transportation improvements that will provide safer bike and ped connections to transit and open space. Here's a map that shows some of those offsite transportation improvements. So the applicant will install sharrows and sidewalk along Markovich Lane, class 2 bike lanes on this connector street between Markovich and Giant Highway. And then they will add a little over 1,000 linear feet of sidewalk on the west side of Giant Highway and repair around 400 linear feet of existing sidewalk in this section on the northern part of Giant Highway. Additionally, per Planning Commission condition, they will make some crosswalk improvements at Griffin Drive and Giant Highway. So subsequent to the publication of the staff report, staff would like to add an additional condition that the applicant, that the subdivision will annex into the Hilltop District Landscape and Lighting District. And staff received comment letters from the Parchester Village Neighborhood Council and the Hilltop District, and both neighborhood councils are in support of the project with the additional conditions outlined in this presentation. Again, the recommended action is to adopt a resolution adopting an ISMND and adopting a MMRP and approving a general plan amendment, vesting tentative map, and design review permit for the Richmond Country Club residential project with the additional condition I presented this evening, and to introduce an ordinance amending the zoning map to rezone the Richmond Country Club project site from PR, Parks and Recreation, to OS Open Space and RL2 Single Family Low Density Residential District. And staff is available for any questions or comments, but I'll also note that the applicant would like to make a brief presentation if that is all right with you, Mayor.
Are there questions from council members? I don't see any. I will now open the public hearing.
I had a question, sorry.
Okay, well, go ahead. Go ahead and ask your question, then I'll.
Yeah, common question for me to ask, with these housing, what exactly are you expecting to put them out to bid for? Is it going to be, what's the range between very low income and above moderate income?
Can we ask the applicant to respond? Paul or Kevin, can you please respond? And I know you wanted to also make some remarks to the council.
Sure, thank you. Kevin Fryer on behalf of MLC. Paul Manisha, who I work with, is also here and available for questions. Thank you guys for your time. We're excited to be here tonight to respond to the specific question. Right now, our sort of assumed pricing for the homes would kind of bracket starting in around low $700,000 range, probably somewhere in that vicinity. It's a fairly upscale portion of the area. And pursuant to the the revisions in the recent affordable housing ordinance. The project is proposing to satisfy the affordable housing requirement through payment of in lieu fee that may be applicable at the time that we pull the permit. So I know that that ordinance has been recently updated, but at this point, the project is a 94 market rate units. And obviously we're a ways away from being into the market and kind of seeing what the market will bear at that time, but that's kind of our current expectation.
Okay, any other questions from council members? So I will open the public hearing, and I will give the applicant an opportunity to make any additional remarks if you want to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, happy to just really briefly, and Paul, please jump in if you'd like to. But we just wanted to thank staff for their efforts in getting us here tonight. We're very excited to be here. As you guys can see, we've been through quite a bit of process with the design review board in a study session, the joint committee, and then the subcommittee, and then to the final hearing, and then to planning commission as well. And through that process, I think the project has really evolved into a great result. And we're particularly proud of some of the final slides that Emily walked you through there with respect to some of the public improvements that are being made that benefit the surrounding neighborhood, and having the support of Hilltop and Parchester both for the project, I think is a credit to the folks that I've been working with Paul in the efforts that we've made to try to look for a way to integrate the project into the overall community and make it something that's beneficial. So as you look at the site, some of the history of it, this was a piece that the Richmond Country Club put out to market for sale. They identified the area that was kind of this excess property. It's a unique site, long and linear. It creates some challenges and some opportunities as well. And so as we work through details with Planning Commission and design review, a lot of it was kind of about what was really there to work with and trying to create an opportunity to solidify economic sort of condition for the club and keep it as an asset to the community, its members, and for outside events that it hosts. And again, look for a way to try to make that work for them, and then also to make it something that was beneficial for not just our residents, but for the area surrounding. So we're very proud to be here tonight. We appreciate all the effort with staff and time, and we have our civil engineer, our architect, our landscape architect, and Paul and I here available for any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do you have, how many public speakers do you have?
Looks like we have no public speakers right now.
Okay, well, normally I would give an opponent an opportunity to have an equal amount of time, but since we don't have any public speakers at all, we obviously don't have an opponent. So I guess at this time I will close the public hearing. I'll bring it back to the City Council to see if you have any additional questions. Vice Mayor Bates.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This looks like an excellent project. In addition to the housing, I understand the golf course remains, which is a complement to the housing as well. It's not unusual to have beautiful homes adjacent to a golf course. I wanted to ask the staff, what are you projecting revenue to the city as a result of this development?
Vice Mayor Bates, we did not do a fiscal impact analysis, but as part of the transfer of the property, there will be the transfer tax will be paid. So when the property transfers from the Richmond Country Club to the developer, and then as well as part of the sales to the project. So we do see that it will be beneficial to the general fund, along with future property tax payments and their agreement to also participate in the lighting and landscaping district for Hilltop.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions from council members? I would entertain a motion.
I move the project be approved.
Okay. Motion by Bates.
A second.
Second by Martinez. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates.
Yes.
Councilmember Choi.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good job.
We are moving on. Are we ready? Moving on to item L2. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand. If you're joining us by video, press the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. Joining us by phone, press the star and then the number 9. After the item is read into the record, your opportunity to sign up to speak will be closed. Item L2 is to adopt a resolution to direct the city manager to prepare for approval by the city council a schedule of taxes under Measure U that is less than the maximum allowable. And right now we have 14 speakers.
Okay, this item is introduced by myself and Vice Mayor Bates. I have a really short slideshow I want to run through. Can we pull that up, KCRT? Okay, thank you. Next slide. So this is just a little bit of history. It's not that long ago, so I'm sure everybody remembers it. But this measure was first brought to the city council on July 28th. And the city council at that time directed staff to return with a proposal for a progressive gross receipts tax structure with rates lower than Oakland. That is the one that had been proposed for Oakland, but ultimately was abandoned, and somewhat aligned with Berkeley. A week later, staff returned and they recommended a progressive tax structure that used Berkeley as the floor. So at least my interpretation is the ballot measure sent to Richmond voters was contrary to the guidance provided by staff in the previous week. The result is we have a Richmond progressive tax structure with rates that are higher than Oakland and San Francisco. In fact, we are the only Bay Area city with a progressive gross receipts tax structure at all. Next slide. And there were some comments on it at the time. You can read this yourself. I'm not going to read it, but Councilmember Choi had a comment. I had a comment. Councilmember Johnson had a comment, but all of them were to the point that that they were concerned that the tax structure was higher than it should be. Next slide, please. I think the consensus was of the city council that we could always adjust the rates downward. There was a provision for that in the measure, and we were told time and time again by staff that we could never, if the measure passed, we could never exceed the rates, but we could always reduce them, either temporarily or permanently. And so next slide, please. So what we have now is are tax increases that are really substantial for anything but the smallest of businesses. They range from 400% to over 7,000%. And a number of businesses have been talking about having to leave Richmond for neighboring cities where rates are not as high. And as I've mentioned before, the proposed rate increases are the highest in the entire Bay Area. And at the same time, the business community has told me that they support an increase in tax. I think back when we first passed this, they said they'd be glad to pay double the taxes they're paying. but they're concerned that the current tax proposal is just simply too high and will be detrimental to running a business in Richmond, if not running it out of town. Next slide. So this is an interesting way to look at the schedule of taxes that is in the measure, and you can see that that all of them that are in red are higher than the Berkeley rates. And okay, let's go to the next slide, please. There's not so much difference for the rental rates. And of course, we're also higher than Berkeley on cannabis, but I don't think that's really an issue. Next slide, please. The next few slides are some examples of the magnitude of the rate increases on local businesses. And these are not hypothetical. These are actual businesses. Some of them have been named. Some of them did not want to reveal their name, but you can see most of these on this slide actually they actually tell you who they are, and you can see that some of these rate increases are way up there. You know, nearly 5,000% increases, over 5,000%. Next slide. Here are some other examples of the magnitude of these increases on local businesses. Next slide, please. And this is just an example of some issues that staff are going to have to sort out. They don't really have that much to do with the rates, but they indicate some of the problems in trying to establish what rates are. And this is something staff's going to have to work through. And of course, there's a pretty good spread on what the rates could be depending on how you interpret the ordinance. Next slide, please. This is an example of what would happen to a typical Richmond hotel, almost a 4,000% increase. And this is on top of our transit occupancy tax. Next slide, please. Just some more examples of the impact on construction contractors. And all of these have been named. These are people you know who employ local workers. Next slide. The impact on commercial property investors. Next slide, please. And the impact on professional service providers. Next slide, please. So, you know, the combination of COVID and concerns about these slides, I mean, about these rates, has already put a number of Richmond businesses out of business. And I think that if we don't do something about this, this is just going to snowball. Next slide, please. So what we're proposing is no change in the fee for small business, but all of the other businesses would pay at least twice the amount of what they're paying now, and then they would be subject to a consumer price index increase on an annual basis. Next slide, please. And this is a rough projection of what the revenue would be, and it's actually not that different from what staff is projecting if we stick with the maximum rates. You can see that that we're just about doubling what we're bringing in now, but we're doing it in a way that spreads it out in a way that's more fair and not such, doesn't have such an impact on businesses. Next slide, please. Well, that's the end of the slideshow, and what the intent is tonight is not to actually adopt a change in the ordinance, but hopefully to get the consensus of the city council that that we want to do what some of you actually suggested when we passed this, and that is come up with a rate increase that at least temporarily will not run businesses out of town and not put businesses out of business. And you know, we can always raise it later, but the intent of this is to assign this to staff and give them direction to fine tune a schedule that accomplishes this. And Vice Mayor Bates, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I want to add just a few specific situations. And you're right. We're going to be losing businesses, which is going to reflect upon a reduction in our sales tax revenue. I give you a couple examples. Well, first with the renters, the landlords who are renting property. These are small. A lot of them are small mom and dad, pops businesses. They're already hurting with the inability to get rent for their property, even though they have to continue to pay the mortgage. And to come back on top of that and hit them with taxes, I think is just inhumane. The other incident I want to point out is that Mike DeSimone, who is a Channel Lumber, called me in to point out the increase in taxes over 100, I think close to $200,000. In addition, he has one of the most productive and lumber businesses where the city get thousands of dollars just in sales tax. But now he has to pay almost $200,000 in addition in this Measure U tax. And his position, justifiably so, is that he's looking to relocate and get out of Richmond. Now, if you look at our automobile industry, where we get a significant tax on the selling of cars up at Hilltop, if these individuals start moving out and going elsewhere, we're going to be hurting. So I think it's beneficial for this council to look and try to put yourself in some of these businesses' position and be somewhat sensitive and try to do some compromising and make it at least a little bit softer than what this Measure U measure has already done to a lot of them. So that's my comments.
Are there other questions or comments? Councilmember Willis.
Yeah. Yeah, real quick, per our email exchange, were you still allowing the person who crafted the ordinance in the business community 5 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Last week when I emailed you about this item about the person, Kristen, a researcher from
Yeah, we're gonna go through questions from council members, and then we're gonna give two speakers an opportunity for a 5-minute presentation, pro and con. Okay. And then we'll go to other speakers and then we'll wrap it up.
Well, one other quick thing just that I noticed in the presentation, staff or somebody correct me when I'm wrong. I just remember I was the one that made the motion, but when we put the Measure U on the ballot, we said that we were adopting Berkeley's rates as the ceiling, not the floor. That way, all we could do is adjust downwards, but never past what Berkeley had. But in the presentation, I seen that it was as the floor. So that was the motion I know I made, but did something get did I miss something since we made that motion to put it on the
Yeah,
ballot?
Berkeley has flat rates, Melvin.
Okay.
That's what it was. It was none of us imagined at the time that was made that Berkeley would have non-progressive tax rates because they're Berkeley. But they do. They have flat rates.
Okay, but will we still be using their flat rates as the ceiling to not go up no more than what they have? All we could do is adjust downwards, because that was my intent when we made the motion and put it on the ballot. Was using the rates as the ceiling, like we can't go past what Berkeley's doing. The only place we can go is down.
Then we should do that.
I mean, that's why I said it the way I said it.
We have an opportunity to do either, because the measure that passed used Berkeley as a floor, and ours go much higher. And of course we have the right to do that. But we don't have to. And so we could actually start with lower rates, and at some time in the future we could end up with rates that are higher than Berkeley's rates. So we have a lot of flexibility, and it just depends.
I thought we couldn't raise them.
Right.
Well, no, we can. Once we lower them, we can always raise them again, as long as we don't exceed what was allowable in the ballot measure. You understand what I'm saying?
I do, but I'm not sure if that's true.
Yeah,
it is true. City attorney, tell us that's true.
Yes, that's true. That's true. That the measure that was passed sets a ceiling, and you can lower it to a lower level, but you cannot go beyond the ceiling that's set forth in Measure U.
But can we lower it and then raise it?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, that's the point. Anytime we can lower it and then raise it anytime, just as long as we don't exceed the rates that were in the ballot measure. Are there other questions from council members? Councilmember Meyer.
You said, James.
Yes. So I just have more of a process question, and I'm actually encouraged by, I think, the way the conversation is going forward right now. And I heard you say, Mr. Mayor, that you want to use this as a time to figure out where the consensus is, and then have staff bring something back. I'm assuming next week, since that'll be our last chance. I'm assuming that's the goal tonight, and so I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly.
That was my intent.
Good. And so what I just want to say is, there's aspects of this that I definitely think we can probably find consensus on. So I hope that we'll be able to do that. It sounds like, based on this conversation, we are doing that already. So hopefully we're able to do that. And if we do it right, a future council will not want to change any of the things that we do, because we'll do something that has, buy-in from everybody. And I agree with what was said earlier, that I don't think any of us want to see an exodus of businesses from Richmond as a result of Measure U. So I'm encouraged that hopefully we can find a way tonight to figure out what adjustments we want to make that will work for everyone.
Okay, are there other questions from council members? So at this time, I'm going to go to the public speakers, but I'm going to start by allowing 5 minutes each for a speaker in favor of doing this and a speaker opposed to it. So I'll start with speaker in favor. Aaron Weiner, I believe, is the designated speaker. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
So you're on to speak on this, not to exceed 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
My name, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members and staff. My name is Aaron Weiner. I'm the board president of the Council of Business and Industries. I've worked in the city of Richmond for the past 10 years, most of that time in the business sector, and for the past 7 years as a member of the Council of Industries. The COI, partnering with the Richmond Chamber of Commerce, 23rd Street merchants and others, strongly encouraged Richmond City Council to support the resolution to consider a more reasonable business license tax. Staff and volunteers from these organizations have made enormous efforts engaging the business community, working with city staff to provide resources to quantify the impacts of Measure U and developing an alternative that mitigates impacts on individual businesses by spreading out the tax more equitably. Now, in your presentation, you already went through a lot of these things. And so some of this probably is going to be a little bit redundant. We're not here tonight in an adversarial position with intent to roll back Measure U. The business community acknowledges and agrees with the city's need to raise revenues and that the business license taxes or fees have not been raised in many years. We also understand that the economic health of the city, its businesses and residents are interdependent. The resolution achieves Measure U's revenue generating objective by increasing the business tax revenues by more than 200%. It considers the staff recommendation to base the progressive tax on Berkeley's rates, but it is more realistic for Richmond businesses who have been hard hit during the economic downturn. These businesses cannot financially support an increase in their taxes of between 1,400 and 5,300%, as the ensuing examples illustrate. In addition to the examples that Mayor Butt provided, we've gotten some information from city staff. They provided a list of the 10 companies with the largest gross receipts in the city. And from the list, 4 businesses determined the following. Channel Lumber's business license tax would increase from $2,600 to $140,000, an increase of 5,300%. A move or shutdown would eliminate 54 positions, including carpenters and Teamsters union jobs. Hanley's Hilltop Buick GMC Hyundai, Michael Stead's Hilltop Ford Chrysler Plymouth would each see a tax bill increase from $6,400 to $250,000, an increase of 3,800%. They can readily move their operations to another city with a more reasonable tax rate. Lehner Electric Supply Company, a woman-owned enterprise whose owner is a Richmond resident, would see an increase of almost 1,800%, from $986 to $18,600. And if the tax is not reduced, as indicated, will relocate. At least 4 of the top business license taxpayers might leave Richmond if the tax rates set forth in the ordinance are maintained. In regard to Richmond's art community, this will be devastating. Scientific Arts Studio will see an increase of 1,400%, from $565 to $8,500. This is counter to the general plan's goal of supporting local arts and will have damaging consequences to the affected individual artists. The resolution being presented recognizes the strong impact that COVID-19 has on Richmond businesses, yet would still increase business tax revenues to the city to more than double the past level. It's important to note the devastating social and economic impacts of COVID-19 will continue through 2021 and very likely longer. This resolution will still raise money, the amount of money that the city staff was targeting, which was the intent of Measure U in the first place. To implement the very high rates currently in the ordinance will drastically and negatively impact the viability of businesses, employees, families, and the service industry. In closing, the business community is very concerned about unintended consequences from these actions and asks that you approve the resolution before you. Thank you.
Okay, so now it's Kristen Schumacher. You're gonna take the other 5 minutes, right?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Can you all hear me?
You're on. Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, council members. I actually had a few PowerPoint slides, and I think I should be able to share my screen. Is that?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, great. Hold on one second.
Somebody's gonna have to give you control or something.
I believe I have it. Hold on.
Okay, all right.
All right, there we go. So I really wanted to take just a few minutes to clarify some of the things that have been shown in the presentation earlier, because I think really what we want to emphasize is that it's clear that there needs to be a lot more outreach and education around the measure. And in terms of setting final rates, from our perspective, in cities where they have adopted gross receipts taxes, and cities like San Francisco where they have a progressive gross receipts tax that's been in place for a long time, the process of setting the final rates was really deliberative, and there was a lot of outreach and data gathering before the final tax rates were put into place. And the measure was crafted in order to allow Richmond to do that. And frankly, I think moving to try to set final rates in 2 weeks is just not enough time to do all of the things that we need to do to set good tax policy. But I wanted to just quickly remind everyone of what some of the major components of the measure are. The tax rates in Measure U are progressive tax rates. They're marginal, similar to how our income tax works. And they begin with Berkeley's rates as the floor and then build marginally higher rates for gross receipts in excess of $1 million, and also exempt all businesses with gross receipts less than $250,000 a year. And we adopted Berkeley's structure for residential and commercial rentals. The taxes, we have time to refine the tax. The reason for that was in part because all of our revenue projections were based on sales tax data, which is not necessarily the same as gross receipts. We don't have that data because the city does not currently have a gross receipts tax, so businesses have not reported that data. And part of the idea here was to have more time to go and gather some real data from businesses, talk to businesses, figure out what the impact is really going to be, and then finalize the rates. And I just wanted to quickly address one point in the presentation from earlier, because there was the claim that San Francisco's rates are not as high as Measure U, and that's just not accurate. For Measure U's top rates are 0.2% to 0.68%. That's the highest one. By comparison, San Francisco, which just reformed their system yet again, their highest rate is going to be 1.008%, so significantly higher. And I think, there seems to be a lot of confusion over how the rates are applied, what it means to how you calculate your tax liability with a marginal tax structure. And I went through the presentation slides that were provided earlier, and I just wanted to provide a few examples. But for example, the tax rate shown for Laner Electric of 18.6 per $1,000 is a percentage of 1.86%. The actual tax rate would be somewhere between, it's a range, but it's between 0.12% to 0.5%. Some tax rates in the presentation were as high as 14.6%. And that's just frankly not in the measure. That's those tax rates, I don't know where those tax rates came from, which, this is all just to say that I think this is why we need more outreach and education so that we can correctly assess what the impact is actually going to be, because right now, some of the fears may not be based on what the actual reality is in the measure as currently designed. And just another point, the miscellaneous rate in the presentation was listed as 0.12% in Berkeley. It's actually 0.24, just like in the floor for the Measure U tax rates. And also I don't know if folks remember, but we previously did model a situation using Berkeley's rates as the ceiling and then building lower tax rates down from there. But part of the issue there is that means since they are marginal rates, you only pay the highest tax rate on your next dollar over 50 million in revenue. So that means that big businesses would still be paying these significantly lower tax rates on most of their revenue, on all of their revenue up to $50 million. And so effectively they'd be paying lower taxes than in Berkeley. That's not the intention of the measure. What voters approved was a progressive structure where bigger businesses are supposed to pay more. And we also, I believe some of you all might have seen this from earlier this year, but one of the issues with using Berkeley as the ceiling was that because it is a less progressive structure, it places most of the tax liability on smaller businesses. This is the distribution of where the revenue would come from in the business community under that model. And as you can see, it disproportionately puts the burden on smaller businesses, whereas using Berkeley as the floor has a bit more fair distribution where most of the revenue is coming from businesses with over $2.5 million in revenue.
Christian, your 5 minutes is up.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I think at this time, let's call the rest of the public speakers.
Okay. The first 10 will be Sean H., Andrea, Sean Staubum, Floyd Andrews, Deborah Bayer, Peter Masiak, Claudia Jimenez, Abel Romero, Gonzalo, and Randy Joseph.
How many speakers did you say we had, Madam Clerk?
We had a total of 18 speakers.
Okay,
Right now, it looks like we have 17.
And they get how many
2 minutes?
each? What?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. So that we're within 10 minutes of 11 o'clock, and so it'd probably be a good time to get a motion to extend the meeting. The one item I have on the agenda that that staff says we have to deal with tonight is M2. So I guess if we're going to get through this, what did you say? You said 18 speakers, so
we have 17 speakers. Our last speaker is Gabriel Halen.
That's probably about 40 minutes, so that'll take us to 11:30, and then we'll need another motion to go past that to hear M2. So what's your pleasure, City Council members?
I'll make a motion. We extend to 11:30 for now.
Okay, is there a
second?
Are there any
Johnson?
Are there any objections? I don't see any, so let's move ahead.
Okay, first speaker is Sean H. Sean, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name's Sean Hallinan. I'm a business owner in Richmond. I'm also a homeowner in Richmond and own other property in Richmond. I support the resolution and new progressive tax rate because Richmond businesses, like the 30,000 voters, support modernizing the old tax structure, but in a way that encourages business to remain in Richmond, hire in Richmond, and thrive in Richmond. I support the resolution and modified rate chart because it establishes a rate structure more aligned with the maximum rates of other Bay Area cities, sets up Richmond and its businesses for economic success past this COVID-19 pandemic, ensures businesses can continue providing living wages and job opportunities. And I saw some of the tax rates that Mayor Butt put together in his proposal, and thank you for that effort. I appreciate it. And our taxes would go up by 4,733% to $28,700. And we're a small business, and a tax rate at that high, we would move our business and take our employees with us. The issues that I have with the current business license tax rate effective July 2021 is that the rates are based on the review of Oakland and San Francisco business license taxes. Richmond now has the highest business tax as it's proposed, if the resolution doesn't pass, in the Bay Area, higher than San Francisco. And we generate most of our revenue in San Francisco, not in Richmond. And we don't pay anywhere near $28,700 in business taxes. There was only minimum engagement with the businesses to review proposed rates. No economic impact was ever done to see the full impact on businesses. Nobody contacted my business. Nobody contacted any business of anybody that I know. I encourage you to support the resolution, pass the resolution, and revise this tax rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Andrea. Please state your full name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Malarkey. I'm an SEIU 10-to-1 member, Richmond homeowner and voter. And I voted yes on Measure U, as did 72.5% of Richmond voters. And notwithstanding factual inaccuracies, the mayor's presentation didn't tell us anything different than what was known and understood when we all voted for it. If you take action as the mayor has suggested tonight on this resolution, it will undermine my vote and the clearly expressed will of Richmond voters. We were very clear in November. We want Measure U, as it is written, to fund city services while protecting small businesses. And not only did we vote for Measure U, we also elected 3 progressive city council members who also support Measure U, and we elected them to represent us. And it is unconscionable that Mayor Butt would seek to undo the will of the people as expressed in this election. It's not okay to seek to further rig Richmond taxes for big businesses instead of enacting the voters' will to support things like libraries, youth and elder programs, safe streets, and other city services that all Richmonders deserve. When I voted yes on Measure U, I knew about COVID. I knew the difficult economic position we are in. I knew about devastating cuts to community services. And I voted yes on Measure U with sympathy for small mom and pop businesses. In fact, that's why I voted yes on Measure U. So I stand with the 72.5% of Richmond voters and the council members we elected in demanding that Measure U go forward under their leadership. Acting on the mayor's proposal tonight would be anti-democratic. It would unfairly advantage corporate interests over our community needs, and you should not do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sean Stahlbaum. Sean, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Sean Stahlbaum with IFPT. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Sean Stahlbaum with IFPTE Local 21. Thank you, Sean with IFPTE Local 21. We appreciate the City Council placing Measure U on the November ballot. Richmond voters passed the measure by 72.5% just 6 weeks ago, voicing supermajority support for changing the Richmond business tax from a flat rate to progressive rates that would tax businesses on how much money they bring in. The intent is to ask those businesses who can afford to do more to pay a fairer share to support city services. Voters strongly supported this progressive approach. When it was placed on the ballot, everyone understood some adjustments may be needed. That's why a 1 to 2 year implementation horizon was put into the measure, and that's why authority was provided in the measure for City Council to make future adjustments to rates or consider exemptions to address specific problem areas. But the proposal tonight is not intended to address specific problem areas. Rather, it is a full change of the rates the voters overwhelmingly voted for. I urge you to reject this proposal. We agree with the mayor that nobody wants to see Richmond businesses leave Richmond. The problem is that under the mayor's proposal, some of Richmond's largest, most profitable businesses who don't pay a competitive business tax currently would end up paying even less. Meanwhile, the city's small and mid-sized businesses would pay more than they would under Measure U, the opposite of a progressive approach. Please reject this proposal tonight. Instead, we urge the formation of an implementation committee composed of the business community, CBOs, leaders from the community, and labor to collect more meaningful data for accurate revenue forecasting, conduct outreach and engage small and mid-sized businesses in refining the lower end and middle end rates, and model adjustments to the rate structures based on gross receipts data to guarantee the city and its businesses fully understand the revenue impacts before implementing the tax.
Time has expired. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Floyd Andrews. Floyd, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Floyd Andrews. I'm a resident of Richmond. First, I would like to say that it will be imperative that the city attorney and that the city be very careful as you move forward to lower the tax rates, because it very well may be the law under Prop 26 that if you don't lower them in a temporary fashion, you might be locking in the new lower rates. And then if you want to raise them again, you might have to go back to the voters. So that's just something to seriously look at. And secondarily, I would like to support the previous speaker's comments about forming a committee or a task force or some other engagement with the community for determining what an appropriate and fair tax structure is for the city of Richmond. The voters did vote 72%. And so I think it's imperative that the voters through a task force and other community outreach have some influence over how the tax may be reduced in the future. It does seem to me that some kind of adjustment needs to be made. But I believe that it's imperative that it be made in a very rational and careful fashion. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Deborah Baird. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hey, thank you. I was really appreciative of Kristen, and I'm sorry I don't remember her last name, of her presentation, because when I saw when I read the documents attached to this resolution, I was shocked at how high, 7,000% increase, and it's not what I understood from Measure U. And I really thought, I wish that Mayor Butt or whoever put that PowerPoint together had, as they used to say in school, showed his work, because I could not understand where he got those numbers. And when Kristen was explaining it, I realized because a lot of those numbers came out of nowhere. And I think I agree that it has to be looked at. I mean, they were using tax rates that weren't clear. They were saying that no city in the Bay Area has a progressive gross receipts tax when San Francisco does. And San Francisco has higher taxes. So I really appreciate the attempt that Kristen was doing to alleviate this sort of hysteria. When Councilmember Bates said this is mom and pops are going to be, not be able to rent, I thought this is mom and pop landowners are going to have their tax fees, their business license fees decreased under Measure U. That's a pure shill, a red herring, the whole mom and pop thing. Who would have who has been paying almost nothing are the large corporate apartment house owners. And they would be paying more of a rate on each unit.
Time has expired. Thank you, Deborah. Next speaker is Peter Masiak. Peter, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Peter Masiak. I'm the East Bay Field Director for SEIU 1021. In the mayor's presentation, he said the measure was sent to the ballot counter to staff guidance. And what happened to that measure that was sent to the ballot counter to staff guidance? It passed overwhelmingly with 72.5%. What else happened in the same exact election? Progressive candidates supporting a progressive gross receipts tax swept the council election. It's so obvious to see what's going on here that it's frankly offensive you think you can pull this off. There is no way to see this item before council as anything other than a blatant disregard and frankly disgust for the voters of Richmond. Does the mayor think so poorly of the voters? Is the mayor so condescendingly paternalistic that the voters need to be told what is best for them when it is in direct contradiction to their overwhelmingly expressed desire fewer than 45 days ago? Richmond voters are informed and responsible. The only reason the mayor had the opportunity to undermine the will of the voters is that for some reason, people must wait 2 months to be inaugurated while a ballot measure is on the books immediately to be manipulated. This is a lame duck power grab by a mayor who is watching his influence slip away, and it shows contempt for the voters and contempt for the council members elect. Democracy rests with the people, and their direct vote is the greatest embodiment of the public will. The voters, someone called this our last chance, and that's what I call saying the quiet part loud. The voters spoke decisively, and because of the existence of this lame duck session, you get a last chance to override the will of the voters. The voters spoke in November, and it is the duty of anyone who believes in democracy and respects voters to let the council they chose edit the tax rates in the measure that they voted for.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker will be Claudia Jimenez. Claudia, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Claudia Jimenez, Richmond resident and the newly elected City Council. Mayor Butt's proposal to adjust rates for businesses without adequate data goes against the will of the voters. Measure U passed with 72.5% 0.5% of the voters' approval because residents want to make sure that big businesses pay their fair share. Now the proposal before you is trying to undermine the will of the voters and go back to the flat rates that we had before. It is known that implementation of any measure is key, and that is why Measure U has a clause so that the City Council can adjust the rates. But before any change occurs, we need to have data that allows the City Council to make informed decisions on how to adjust the rates for small and medium-sized businesses to benefit and make sure corporations and large landlords pay what is fair. Do not approve this proposal and instead create a committee in which the business community, labor, community organization, and residents work together to implement Measure U. The number the mayor has presented don't say anything about the company's ability to pay the new taxes. How much of their profits will go to the taxes? That is what matters. We should take time to get accurate information and make this policy work in a fair and effective way. As we saw tonight's presentation, there is a lot of data that the city doesn't have, and that will be important to collect before making any changes to the Measure U. If you want the implementation of this important measure to be right, take the time and allow a good process to take place, and don't go and rush and don't go past the voters' will. Respect Richmond
Your time
voters.
has expired. Thank you, Claudia. The next speaker is Abel Romero. Abel, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Abel Romero, and I spoke earlier in support of the Campus Bay Development Project, and this time I want to oppose the rollback of Measure U. The first reason is simply that voters approved Measure U last month. It seems a little questionable to try and dissolve it just a month later. The second reason is that Measure U provides much needed tax space. The fiscal presentation a few minutes ago in an earlier agenda item identified Richmond essentially at a score of 5 out of 100 in fiscal stability. That's an incredibly alarming statistic. That assessment clearly shows the dire need for revenue, and I believe that Measure U is unacceptable. If not, it may not be perfect, but an acceptable way to bring revenue to the city of Richmond. The third reason is that we can allow the measure to take the effect it will, allow things to settle for the 2 years previously referenced by another speaker, and then in the future fine tune the tax structure as necessary, but not cut it at the knees from the get-go. The fourth point is that I want to get a reality check on the lumber company that only pays $2,600 of taxes a year. I believe that was an example of a highly profitable business, which really makes me ask the public officials making this decision if it sounds fair and defensible to allow a high profit company to contribute so little to our city fund. And last, thanks again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker is Gonzalo. Please state your full name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. My name is Gonzalo Cho, and I'm a president of the 23rd Street Merchants Association, as well as a business owner in Richmond. I could told you that my business is going to get an impact, and it's going to increase 400% of that of my license. So imagine right now we're suffering in the matter of the COVID, that we having problems with the trying to get ahead of the crisis that we have. So if you guys increase that much money on their businesses, we're suffering, and then we're never going to be able to survive. So that's why the city council members, they need to do something about it, because other than that, the business is going out of businesses, like they already mentioned it. And hopefully they do something about it, and I definitely support that they trying to do some revenue for the businesses, but I hope they're doing it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. The following speaker will be Randy Joseph, and the last group of speakers following that will be California Progressive Alliance, Ahmad Anderson, Joshua Lee, Mike Parker, Rob Leitner, phone number ending in 4405, and Gabriel Holland. Randy, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Randy Joseph, and I am a resident of Richmond. I want to talk about the opposition of what the mayor is trying to do based on 2 points. One, that his presentation was full of inaccuracies, and you shouldn't base something off of bad homework. If somebody turned this into a school assignment, it was being graded, it'd be graded an F for how badly the math and how badly the misinformation was put in this thing. To the next question about businesses saying that since this is COVID and that their taxes will be raised, isn't this a tax on gross receipts? And if you made less money than you did, then your taxes will be lowered. So there's not an increase on your tax if you made less money during a COVID part, and nobody's realizing that that's the point of having a progressive tax. If you make a lower in gross receipts, you don't pay a higher tax, the percentage is lower. So that doesn't hold the mustard either. It also doesn't hold the mustard that you're trying to change something that hasn't even been implemented yet, that the voters passed overwhelmingly. This is the kind of effect to say that, you know what, I lost, but I'm going to try my best to affect it before new people come in and affect it, to change. So we need to keep it just like it is, not change it, or have the mayor come back with a presentation with the correct answers and the correct numbers, and define where he got his numbers from, because that's another thing that, again, gross receipts are not something that the city gets put. So all those, we don't know where he got his numbers from, he don't know where he got his work from, and the percentages is wrong. So all that needs to be taken care for. In my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is California Progressive Alliance. Please state your full name for the record. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Gail McLaughlin, Richmond resident and council member elect. I urge you to hold off on this item. While the measure allows for the council to adjust rates downward, it's important we hit the right balance in terms of any changes needed to the measure. And that requires time to do a full and accurate data-driven process of analysis. As we all know, nearly 73% of the voters passed this measure because they understood that we needed a fair tax system where the largest businesses who could afford it pay considerably higher rates. The electorate understood that we needed more revenue to provide for community services like libraries and youth services. We need an implementation committee that will look at all the data and make a recommendation to the new council. Please hold off on this proposal and instead give the new council the opportunity to set up this implementation committee with representatives from the business community, residents, labor, and various community organizations. This is the only fair and responsible and democratic approach to going forward. I highly encourage those of you who supported the measure to support such a committee and defer it to the next council to set it up. As many of the other speakers expressed, the will of the voters must be adhered to, and they supported 3 new council members, 2 new, 1 already on the council, 1 returning actually. And they also supported this ballot measure to really move forward before the new council gets seated is truly an undemocratic approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ahmad Anderson. Ahmad, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I first of all, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, staff members, and City Manager. I've heard all the comments relating back to, let us take a look at involving folks and those that will be impacted at this point, that this is a rush decision to be able to take a vote tonight. However, where were those comments previously when this was a rushed item to be placed on the ballot? This is unfair to the city of Richmond. There are other alternatives. This should have been reviewed before if it went to the ballot. This is another thought by those who are pushing to move forward to not have this vote taken. I support not supporting Measure U. We should move forward as we can to support the businesses that will be impacted. It's not just about big business. It's not just about small business. It's about the community at large. I have not heard yet what the alternative is to ensure that we can do the best for Richmond, to incorporate economic development, to make this an economic gateway whatsoever. All I've heard is impacting big business. There are more issues of concern, and there must be a ratification. And this is nothing new. Just because people keep claiming this is a lame duck city council, the world does not stop moving. It is not an opportunity for us to stop the world and jump off. We continue to do business for the sake of the community and the sake of Richmond. Please do not get in the way of doing the right thing, because there's always time to do the right thing for the city of Richmond. City Council move forward with this proposal.
Thank you. Next speaker is Joshua Lee. Joshua, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. This is James Lee. I'm sorry, I'm using my son's laptop, so it has his name, Joshua Lee. So my name is James Lee. I'm the president and CEO for Richmond Chamber of Commerce. I spent quite a lot of time actually talking to small businesses here in Richmond. And there's misconception that anyone who's making above 250,000 gross revenue is not a small business, which is not true. We have a lot of small businesses who make 250,000 who is considered a small business. And here's where my concern is. If we wait and continue to wait to see if this new measure works out or not, more and more every day, businesses are making decisions to leave Richmond. I think we need to adopt this resolution, at least so that the businesses have understand that there's a future for them here. And so we strongly support this new resolution, and we're asking that the council adopt the new resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mike Parker. Mike, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I want to point out that there's a lot of obfuscation in this agenda item here. First place, the agenda report says this is essentially to ask the city manager to draft something for consideration by the council. But if you look at the actual resolution that's attached here and that you're being asked to vote on, it actually tries to set the actual rates that will be used. It doesn't ask the city manager to do anything. It just sets the rates. Similarly, it tries to create an hysteria about what's happening to businesses here. So for example, it lists 3 restaurants that are closed, implying that they're being closed because of this item, when everybody knows that those 3 restaurants are being closed because of the COVID crisis. Finally, yes, it's true that there's going to be some very large increases in some people's, the amount that some people will pay. That's because if they started from an excessively low position, then any increase looks very high. So for example, if you're only paying $1 in taxes and you get it up to $9 to $10 in taxes, that's 1,000% increase. Oh, how awful that they have to pay $9 more. No, you have to have figures, and the real figures aren't in the in his report, so you can judge anything. Look, the mayor says that roughly the same rates will be, the same revenue will come to the city as a result of his proposal. Well, how is this possible? He's changing a progressive rate to a flat rate. Well, the only way that it's possible for the same revenue to come in is if he's actually increasing the taxes on small businesses while he's lowering them on large businesses. That's not what the voters voted for. They voted for a progressive tax on business, not making the small businesses carry the burden. So I urge you to not accept.
Your time has expired. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Rob Leitner. Rob, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members and staff. My name is Rob Leitner. I'm an owner of a small business here in Richmond, East Brother Beer Company. We're in favor of a resolution to reevaluate the taxes prescribed by Measure U and implement a modified and more reasonable rate chart. As Kristen said, taking the time to get the rates right. As I understand it, this measure isn't a rollback, but rather it's trying to get to reasonable increases. I have talked to a lot of business owners. I know my business, and based on the rates that were voted in, they're enormous increases, my business included. We understand and acknowledge that challenges are faced by municipalities everywhere, including Richmond, to maintain vital city services. And we're happy to pay our taxes to the city. We're happy to have increases, but this project was rushed. It resulted in extreme and inordinate increases to rates that are out of line with other cities in the Bay Area. And it goes without saying, it comes at a terrible time when we're struggling just to stay alive and stay in Richmond. And on that note, as James said, is when as businesses pack up and leave, this could ironically result in considerably lower tax revenue than projected, not only from this tax specifically, but as Vice Mayor Bates said, with lost sales tax revenue as well. And that along with the commensurate loss of vitality that comes with businesses leaving a city. We want more businesses to come to Richmond, not the opposite. So we're in favor of doing this in a reasonable fashion where sustainable tax increases result in revenue enhancement for the city, are comparable to neighboring cities, manageable for businesses, and importantly, don't compel businesses to leave, but rather allow them to participate and flourish in the city of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is phone number ending in 4405. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Phone number ending in 4405. Okay, I'll come back to them. I'll move on to Gabriel Holland. Gabriel,
Can you
you'll
hear
have.
me?
Oh, sorry.
Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Hello, can you hear me? This is 4405. This is Tom Nompuset. I live here in Richmond. I came here from Laos in 1975 in December 1st. I will be here 45 years. So I urge you not to do anything, to give the time to really form a committee and to do some more study. Percentage, like my Parker would say, like if you pay $1 now and you pay 10, then it's 1,000 percentage. That's not really what the people, 72% people who vote for, and we know that. And so I hear about using mom and pop and all of that, and people gonna get out here. And those are scare tactics, and those are really the campaign from the corporation. I've been here. So I think it's really need to wait the time and until January, the new city council come and form a committee and to really look at, I want to see a dollar, not a percentage, like who are really impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Gabriel Holland. Gabriel, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Gabriel Holland with SEIU 1021. The difference between the slides that Kristen showed with the rate structure and what Tom showed on the rate structure is that Kristen's came from the actual ballot initiative. And I think what we really need to, and this is why it's so scary to see people making decisions based on really social fiction slides that had nothing to do with the actual ballot initiative. And then I just want to make another point, and I encourage you all to read the initiative before making decisions. Number two, Channel Lumber is making $65 million a year. Just want to flag that in terms of, the poor big business. There are big businesses in Richmond that are paying less than homeowners in taxes. And what you're trying to do so cavalierly, in my opinion, is less than 2 weeks after the election certified, you're trying to overturn the will of the voters. And it's just so shocking to me how cavalier you're being about it. I mean, it's one thing to sort of jam things through because you're in the last few minutes of of this session. It's another thing to just cavalierly overturn 72% of the voters. I would also say that you need attorneys to look at this because it isn't clear that you can lower and raise the rates. So decisions you make cavalierly tonight, shooting from the hip with data and rates that are totally false, could really undermine our budgets for years to come and really be destructive to the city of Richmond. I think a data-driven process, not shooting from the hip based on bad math and rates that aren't false, is a much stronger move. Create a committee, don't shoot from the hip, make decisions based on data, not rates that were actually in the initiative, not ones that were made up. Thank you. Oh, and also Tarnell Abbott said that she had raised her hands, but you skipped over.
Let Tarnell speak.
Okay. Give me a second. Tarnell?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
It's Tarnell Abbott. I'm a Richmond resident. I think that any of you council members who are business owners in Richmond, you should recuse yourself from this vote. I think it looks to me like we're going to give Chevron a great big tax break here. So I really want you to hold this over until the new city council is seated in on January 12th. And, you know, even better yet, just vote no on it. I mean, it really is, you know, this is really, it's so embarrassing to see the mayor trying to overcome the will of the voters. 72.5% of us supported Measure U. Mayor Butt and Councilmember Bates, don't you want to have support for libraries, youth, elder programs, safe streets, all the city services that the people who live in Richmond deserve? This is a very anti-democratic thing that you're doing. And really, it's an attempt to give big businesses such as Chevron a tax break at the cost of the community. It's ridiculous. Just say no. And do the math. Yeah, I don't much like math myself, but even I know there's something wrong with what the mayor put together and was trying to present in what he was pretending was objective. It's not objective. Get the real facts. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last speaker.
Okay, we don't have a lot of time here, and I'm gonna try to cut to the chase and move this somewhere. I think there is a lot of common ground among the speakers. I think all of them are prepared to go through some kind of process of analyzing this and seeing if there are changes that could be or should be made. So I think most people agree with that. To kind of get through this tonight, this city council tonight is not going to adopt that resolution. And frankly, it was in there more as an example than it was like, let's just do it. If you read the agenda item, which I wrote, it basically says direct staff to start exploring ways that we might be able to lower the tax and accomplish the same thing. So what I'm hoping the council will do tonight is direct staff to start doing that. I think if we have that direction, I think it'll give businesses some optimism that we're going to take this seriously. We're going to try to do something that's fair. And that's what I hope people will do. So forget the resolution that's there. Now, having said that, and trying to find common ground and be compatible with people, I got attacked a lot by a lot of people tonight. I just want to tell you, I want to say something. First of all, this whole thing was my idea. I started meeting with the unions well over a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, to try to get their support to do a gross receipts tax, and it wasn't easy, but but you know, we got to a point where they agreed they would support it. And some of you may recall that about a year ago, I brought this issue to the city council. I asked them to give direction to staff to actually start developing this tax idea. Now, what happened at that point? Everything went south. It was developed without any public input. Everybody's talking about public input now. The whole thing was developed with no public input. And, you know, several people tonight really slammed me. And I would just like to say, nobody who spoke in favor of this tonight has any experience in business at all. You know, they're all, they don't. And so I think that what we have to do is look at the business community as something that is an asset to Richmond, something that we want to be partners with. We want them to be successful. You know, we don't want to exploit them and milk them dry. So I think people agree that we need to do something. The clerk's waving at me.
We need another motion.
I would like to get a motion now to extend this meeting long enough to do M2 and get some kind of direction on this, and then we're over. Can I get a motion to do that?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to suspend the rules, because I know we have to do that.
Right.
Suspend the rules and extend this meeting for this item and for what's it, M2? Is the other one?
Yes. Okay.
Listen, M2.
Okay. Are there any objections? We have one objection, Councilmember Martinez. So I think we still have let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. We still have 5 votes.
And who made the second?
What?
Who made the second?
Who was the second? I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay. So I would like to see a motion at this point to simply direct staff to take this under consideration and start, you know, working toward the same kind of resolution that both sides have talked about. And the first thing they need to do is to look at the math on both these presentations and figure out which one's right. I have my own opinion, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. But I think that's a good start, is to get everybody on the same page. The math is the math. Numbers don't lie. Facts are facts. At least let's get a set of facts we can work around. So can we get a motion to do that? Direct staff to just start working on this.
I actually have a question for staff first.
Go ahead.
So for staff, I believe staff took a look at the cost calculator done by the Council of Industry and gave it its blessing. Staff, you reported this at the last meeting.
Antonio, I think is.
Antonio?
Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, there he is.
Thank you.
With that. Yes, I looked at the calculator posted on the Council of Industry website. I checked various scenarios and they all calculated to my same calculation.
And it was done at marginal rather than average rates.
Correct.
Okay, because people aren't talking about it like it's marginal.
The examples I checked.
Okay, so everybody pays $100 on the first 250. Okay.
Not sure about that part, but the rest of it.
But what I mean is everybody paid per bracket, meaning the first dollar is less than the last dollar.
Right.
The rate is less on the first dollar than the last dollar.
Correct.
Okay. Just double checking, because that's not how people are talking about it.
Yeah. Okay. Somebody want to move on? Huh?
Well, I mean, I'm not ready to make a motion. Well, maybe I am, but not necessarily as written. But I just want to quickly sort of throw out some things that I think we might be able to get consensus on. And so I guess, one of the frustrating things about this process is people sort of always go into the fight mode instead of, what can we agree on? Because I don't want to vote on anything that the future council wouldn't want, that would want to overturn. So, but we need to find this consensus. I think we're all in agreement that we don't want something that's going to cause an exodus of businesses from Richmond. And I got to say, as someone who voted for putting Measure U on the ballot, voted for Measure U, got my family and friends to vote for Measure U. So as part of that 73%, I wasn't voting to, get rid of our auto dealer industry, right? So obviously there was a recognition that we were going to have to come back and look at things. Now that said, I don't think we should make the large decisions that are made in this particular resolution. I hear that the mayor's not even necessarily proposing that right now, but I do think we should look at the things that we probably can all agree on. We could all agree that people under 250,000 should only be paying 100. Okay, we could probably all agree. I think that people between 250,000 and 2.5 million should probably get some sort of break as well. So maybe similar to what was proposed in terms of only being 2 times. I think that makes sense for people in that moderate area. I think I want to look at, should we exempt hotels? Looking at the increases there, understanding that the city of Richmond doesn't have that many hotels to begin with. We need the transit occupancy tax, and hotels have been hit pretty hard by COVID. So, and we want to try to attract new ones. So maybe it makes sense to exempt hotels. Maybe it makes sense to, I want to look at those sort of things. And maybe it makes sense. I also noticed in the mayor's proposal, there's this huge gap in the original Measure U language between if you have a business that brings in 2.5 million and if you have a business that brings in 25 million. Well, that's large. So for that to be the same bracket, to me, doesn't make sense. I think it makes sense to have a middle bracket in there at 12 million or something like that. So I would love to see language come back that does those things. Now we can leave what the rates are and should Berkeley be the floor or the ceiling. It sounds like there might even be consensus on that, but maybe there's not. I'm fine with leaving that for the next council to decide. I'm fine with setting up a committee to go over all the details on the broad strokes of things. But I think there's some very simple things that we can have consensus on that we could do now. And let me just say this part, and give certainty to businesses, because people are acting like, and I'm so freaking tired of everybody politicizing everything. The reason we're trying to get this done is because businesses have that scare shock. So they're having that sticker shock right now and making decisions on what they're going to do in the context of COVID. So yes, the sooner we can create some calm by passing some policy, if possible. I'm not talking about the whole rates. I'm talking about the types of things I mentioned. The sooner we can do that, then the less we have to worry about businesses leaving the city of Richmond based on information that they might find out later is not even true.
And that's why it's important to get started now. Because if we can get some of these facts out, I think it'll give businesses some comfort that we're actually serious about this. Vice Mayor Bates.
I would like for the staff, and maybe working with the Chamber of Commerce and the COI, is to ascertain how many businesses are ownership and how many businesses are renters. When you're renting and you don't like what's going on, you can pack up and get the heck out of town real quick. So that's what we have to look at. If we're gonna continue this excessive tax, the loss of businesses are gonna be tremendous. If they are basically leasees or renting and that's so forth. As soon as that lease is up, as soon as that rent is up, agreement is up, bingo. So I don't think we want to go through that experience.
Councilmember Choi.
Well, just very quickly, because there were a lot of landlords that wrote with concerns. Weren't landlords with less than 5 units exempt from anything but the lowest rate?
That's so.
Because I got an awful lot of messages from folks saying I own 1 or 2 units and this is going to be more expensive, and it's actually going to be half what you're paying now.
Antonio, can you answer that question, please?
Yeah, the first 5 units were at 1.08%, I believe. So that they're definitely getting charged. after 5 units, then it was a higher rate.
I thought they were exempt for the first 5 units. That's what that's how I remember it.
No one escapes alive.
When I made the motion, it was to if they're already paying fees to the rent program.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah,
if they're paying fees to the rent program already, then they could basically write that off the having to pay the taxes because they're already paying a fee to the rent program if you own less than 5 units.
Was that a motion?
No, that was just a recap.
Oh, okay.
A motion I'm prepared to make is to do what we said we were going to do when we adopt this, which is start to establish a committee to start looking at this and talking about what the best rates are, because that was part of the motion when we put this on a ballot, that if it passed, a committee would be established so we could talk about the rates. And I heard multiple times, and this isn't going to be instituted till July of 2021, which gives us 6 months to find that sweet spot. But anything outside of that, I'm like, with the inaccuracies and concerns I had just looking at it, I'm just not ready to vote on anything outside of that tonight.
You know, it's going to take 2 months to establish a committee, and then it's going to take them another 2 months to figure out what they're doing. I don't have any problem with a committee, but what I would really be looking for now is giving direction to staff to start working on this right now. And what they can do is, you don't need a committee to figure out how to do math, you know, and I think it's important that somebody sort these math issues out and at least get the facts out there, because we've seen 2 sets of alternate facts tonight, and somebody needs to sort that out.
Well, you need a motion to direct staff to proceed in that direction. I'll provide that motion with the inclusion that they work with the chamber and COI to ascertain just how many businesses that are renting and leasing and ownership, as well as with the landlords who, like Willis and Shaw indicated, all of us got excessive emails.
So you don't have any problem with incorporating ultimately a committee in there, right?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. Is there a second for that?
We should start with the committee.
So I mean, Councilmember Willis made a motion for a committee. Did someone second
I didn't hear
Councilmember
a
Willis's
second.
motion?
Nobody seconded. I just said it, and then it turned into a conversation.
Yeah,
I seconded that.
I mean, and to be clear, if we pass this motion,
I'll second his motion with the consideration that I think we've all expressed. I don't mind a committee, but I think staff need to start working with chamber and COI to ascertain what is the situation out there.
Is that okay, Councilmember Willis?
Yeah,
That all right?
Yeah, I mean, if we're just gathering data and we're not passing a resolution or the agenda item establishing a committee and getting data, that's fine with me.
Okay.
All right.
Really quickly, I gotta say this.
Any other discussion on this?
Yeah.
City manager wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Well, actually, Councilman Johnson wanted to say something too.
Well, okay. All right. You go ahead.
Because you put my quote up there, and I saw that in your slideshow there. And part of the reason for me saying that quote was I felt that this entire process was just done haphazardly, and we kind of now we buying the horse. And so I really wish I really hope in the future, when we trying to make these type of decisions, that we actually do the work from the beginning and not work backwards, because this is, I'm most definitely in support of it, but I really wish that we would have did this at the beginning and not at the end.
Okay, city manager, you had something.
Thank you. So we have had a number of conversations already with the business groups, and obviously those will continue. You might want to consider a similar format to the committee formation that we did for the Reimagine group, where each council members recommend committee members to you, Mayor. Is that something you might want to consider?
Yeah, we could do that.
I mean, I guess I'm kind of not trying to limit it. I'm trying to do it to the best of the ability where we can just kind of gather as much information as possible over the next 2 months and not just limit it to chamber, but just any stakeholder who cares about Measure U, because there was a lot of people behind it. And instead of deciding on what that process looks like right now, I kind of want to discuss options later on, because I was just thinking, yeah, we need to establish a general committee, but not trying to limit it by like an appointment process. That's not what I had in mind personally, just to know.
Well, I think all that will fit in with what I understand the motion is. But again, I think it's important. I mean, the first thing I would ask staff to do is to take those two presentations, the one I gave and the one that was the other one that was given, and go through them and vet them and say whether or not they accurately represent what's in the measure.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
And report back to all of us, and then take it from there.
So I can accept that too.
They should be vetted with the people who presented them.
Well, yeah, obviously, whatever it takes, but they can't both be right. That's my point. And
right, and the people who presented the information need to be able to substantiate what they said.
Yeah, well, they can't both be right. So somebody who's doesn't have an axe to grind needs to look at both of them and tell us which one is accurate. So at least we're all starting from the same point. Okay, do you understand the motion, Pam? Somebody want to restate it?
Okay, so my understanding is staff is to start working with business groups and stakeholders to gather information. And also we're approving a committee to start looking at the rates and also looking at the presentations to gather information and determine the accuracy. Is that correct?
To the maker of the motion, I appreciate that you put in a time limit. This thing can go on a year. I think to come back within, 45 days or 30 days, maybe staff can indicate how soon they can report back. But let's don't drag this thing out.
I would hope that staff would come back sometime, by mid-January with at least an analysis of which analysis of whether these two presentations are accurate.
So Council Mayor, we don't even have a regularly scheduled meeting with business items until January the 19th.
Well, okay.
And with the holidays, I think maybe the early February.
All right, end of January then. This is important. I mean, this is not something you just put off till you figure it out. This is important. There's a lot of money tied up here. A lot of people are passionate about it. We got to get on it. We can't just keep putting it off.
Mr. Mayor?
Too many things get put off around here. Okay, yes.
The one last thing, because I don't know why this didn't make it into the original ordinance, but that bit about landlords, I just want to make sure that staff goes back to that meeting where we added that thing for landlords that have 4 units or less. If you're paying fees to the rent program, then you can credit that off. Because I don't know why there's confusion around that, but I remember that's something we explicitly voted on too before putting it on it. So
it didn't get into the ordinance.
Can staff go back to that?
Okay, all right, fair enough. Okay, Madam Clerk, let's call a roll on this.
Okay, Vice Mayor Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Choi?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes, with the understanding that the presenters will be able to be part of the conversation with staff.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Myrick?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yeah.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, let's take up M2.
Anyone that wishes to speak on item M2, please raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button. If you're joining us by phone, press the star and then the number 9 key. M2 is to approve the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth's 2021 through 2024 Strategic Investment Plan.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Bates, and members of the City Council. LaShonda White, Acting Deputy City Manager for Internal Services. And also serve as the Director for the Department of Children and Youth. With me tonight, I have Lori Aiello from Hatchell Tabernac and Associates, our consultant that has helped us develop the Community Needs Assessment and Strategic Investment Plan. I know it is late tonight. We will quickly go through slides and not spend a lot of time on any of them and allow for questions at the end.
Maybe we could just get a motion and move on.
Oh, that works too. If you don't want, yes.
We've already talked about this. We had a whole presentation on it 2 weeks ago. So somebody want to just make a motion on it and let's move it.
I'll make a motion, but are there any public speakers?
There are.
We have 2 speakers. So we have a motion by Willis, Councilmember Willis, and a second by Councilmember Johnson.
As long as it's appropriate to do that before the speakers. I don't want to.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I'll say, let him speak.
We have 2 speakers.
Okay.
All right.
First speaker is Gabriel Holland. Gabriel, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I just want to say thank you to the staff for meeting with stakeholders today. And we came to some, what I think are really important clarifications about what the ordinance says, and specifically the comment that was made to us about collaboration was that staff understood that to mean that when a city department collaborates, that means that there has to be a joint application for funding with a community-based organization. And as we intended it was actually that youth would be involved in driving the conversation about youth services. And so I think it was really useful for us to dialogue about that. And I want to thank the staff for the incredible work that they're doing, and also all the stakeholders for continuing to engage on this process. I think it's really important that the city department heads have a deep understanding of what kids, how they can employ services for youth. And again, the collaboration was meant to mean that youth have a very strong voice in creating the programs, and not necessarily that it has to be a joint application with a community-based organization, which I think makes a huge difference. So I, again, just want to thank LaShonda in particular for all she's done. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, hi. I'm just kind of concerned because I always have felt that this was kind of privatizing public service. And I know I'm in probably a minority opinion on this one, but I would like to make sure that we're not that there won't be losses of funding to the library and recreation departments. And it does make me kind of nervous. So if anybody could clarify that for me, I'd appreciate it. And also, I don't know what happened about, there was supposed to be a clause about funding, that there was supposed to be funding source that would fund this, and we're in such desperate financial straits as a city. How is this program funded, and will that affect layoffs for union workers? So I realize I'm too tired to even articulate this properly, but if someone can help me understand that, that would be appreciated. Thank you. That's it. I'm done.
Thank you. No more speakers.
I guess I'll say on what the last speaker said is we the same year this was put on the ballot, there was also the real estate transfer tax measure put on the ballot too, to bring in new revenue. Because this measure was also on the ballot, and that's what ended up happening with that.
That is correct.
What we're voting on tonight is just the allocation of resources for services. So that's all we're voting on.
So I'll move the motion again.
I think we already had a motion and a second on this. So call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Can we put off M1 until next week? Anybody have any problem with that? Okay, I see the city manager nodding. So we'll pull off M2 till next week. And we have any,
M1.
huh?
You said
M1.
M2, you mean
Yeah,
M1?
oh, you're right, M2. M1, we just did M2.
And
So-
H10,
We also didn't finish one of the items that was pulled off the.
H10, H1.
H1.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Anybody have any reports of officers? Reports of meetings? Anybody have any adjournment memoriams? I have one. I would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of my neighbor across the street, Jim Treserek, who passed away a couple of days ago. As far as I know, he was a native of Richmond, spent his whole life here. And he's been my neighbor for the last 35 years. And he was a really good neighbor. And we were sorry to see him pass, and we wish the best for his family and friends. Any others? Okay, with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Adjourned at 11:57. Good night.